Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to, first and foremost, new Patreon, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, Torswazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMals24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in the Politics Discord server and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yep, we got you. I got you.
Thank you. Yeah. I probably just killed the conversation. All right. How you guys doing?
No, we're good. We're just talking about I do a thing where I post a headline with a GIF, and a lot of times like I get a wide variety of feedback from these, and I just started recently posting it to ChatGPT and have it give me its take on it. So today's news was astronauts are going to do a spacewalk today, swabbing the exterior of the ISS, looking for microorganisms, bacteria and whatnot. So my take was like, will the globalists watch that? Will they watch that thing happening? Will they care enough to even watch it? But ChatGPT, I paired it with a GIF of Richard Dawkins saying, this person's not really getting it. So the ChatGPT came up with, I talked to it previously about the book that one of the astronauts wrote about finding Jesus in space. And the ChatGPT gave me this really comprehensive answer about how Dawkins could use this as a coming to Jesus moment, about valuing life and and whatnot. And that a coming to Jesus moment means a transcendence beyond religious. Even if you don't think the historical figure was real, you could still use it to find some sort of a meaning in life.
Right, because there's nothing that says you're important and there's a God like you're in a speck of a speck in specklessness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite the opposite.
Yes, it is. It's almost taking the idea of there is no meaning, right? But like it's absolute absurdity.
Here, this for you. I've been focused on the conversation, and so I said, I still can't help. Imagine Dawkins' reaction to finding external life. Maybe he would revise his statements on the whole God thing. Oh, who am I kidding? He'll just find some excuse to explain it away. That's what makes this interaction so fascinating.
Have you ever heard of my heliocentric explanations for the beginnings of life?
Yeah, through the primordial soup, wherever the swab.
No. That's ridiculous. That's abiogenesis, and it runs in opposition to biogenesis. You know what mine is? I'm going to try to get it published one day. Well, I could just leave a pause instead of just telling you. Anyway, the idea, molten. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, go ahead. What do you got?
Oh, the idea that there's a molten iron core, right? and that it had to be reinvigorated by Thea crashing into Earth and creating the moon, right? They tied those two stories in together. So why not put life on Thea, right? And Thea come from some other place. You know, we're kicking the can down the road. You see what I'm saying? And the conditions in that other place was conducive to creating life. What Earth has is conditions conducive to the proliferation of life, not the creation of it. Eh? Eh?
Yeah, yeah, good. That's a good take. I like it because it it gives the globalists some other line of thinking to go down.
Hey,
Where did Thea come
oh,
from? Was it supernaturally made? Is that the process God did? Made this, made that, combined the two, boom.
hey, have any of you guys ever heard of Dr. Lee Strobel?
Is that APOC?
Yeah, what's up?
You
That sounds
it's pretty
familiar.
quiet on my
Oh, I'm
end.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Does it I can't I didn't really hear APOC. Is it just quiet on my side or is it
Oh, my bad. Am I quiet?
No, you're
Check,
good
check.
now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
I
was
think maybe I bumped my sound or something, but yeah, you're okay, go ahead.
I asked, have any of you guys ever heard who Dr. Lee Strobel
Yes, I heard
is?
of him. Yes.
All right, so he
I have
has a
not, Neil.
really
I want to know.
he has a he has a really good like documentary or whatever, and it's called A Case for a Creator. If you haven't seen that, I implore you to go watch it. It's amazing. I literally saw him at the Biola University over in La Mirada, California, and he gave a lecture at the university. And this was right when he created that video, and this had to be like in the early 2000s. But that
He also
video,
had
it's
the
called
case for Christ.
yeah, Case for Christ. Awesome. Dude, he was, just give you a background, he was a full blown atheist, right? But he got married to a woman who was a Christian, and he set out to prove her wrong. And then he became a Christian because of it. Oh my God. Beautiful story. Check it out. I implore you guys, everybody, to listen to that, bro. Dr. Lee Strobel. That dude, a great video. It's called Case for a Creator. And the Case for Christ is also awesome, by the way, Neil. It's awesome.
Neil, you sounded a bit aggressive with that, knowing who he is, sir.
Yeah, I
I'm
read
sorry. I
both
was
the books. I read both books. They're awesome.
yeah, they're really good. Well, I speak with a conviction because trust me, like those two uh, videos or documentaries, or if you will, like spoke volumes, bro. Like he goes because he's all about like the science, like the deep rooted, like he goes into like the archaeology of it. Like dude, just I don't
Not
even know how to
science.
explain it. Just check it
The
out.
only problem is he's a heliocentrist.
Archaeology isn't science. Archaeology isn't science. At best, it could be an observational study. It's not science.
Yeah, no, I know, but he does go into the science of things, like on other avenues. Just check out the video; you'll see what I'm saying. He goes into
Oh,
like
no, I
the
understand what you're
biology
saying.
and stuff.
You're probably using science as in actual knowledge, and there are
Right.
other ways than the scientific method to come to knowledge. I think we all agree on that.
Correct.
But when we're in the context of a field of study, to call it science, like
Right.
it just
Right.
immediately my teeth grind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. But just all I can say is just check out the video, bro. You'll see what I mean when you see it. You'll see what I think. He did a great job in
Yeah.
that video. He's actually
the thing I don't get.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I stepped all over the middle of your sentence, man. This is my last day for a while, so I'm all excited and depressed and
Oh wait, why?
happy.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
What's going on? What do you mean? Why is it your last day? What do you mean?
I'm going. I'm going to work. I finally got it back to work after. It's been a rough couple of years because, like, when I found out the Earth was flat, or when I realized it, I kind of went and told everybody at my job and was real excited about it and was like wanting to talk to everyone. I thought everybody want to know, you know what I mean? Like, wow, check this out, you know? And that not only did no one care what I thought, the fact that I was even talking about it made a lot of people angry. So I had to go see a shrink, and then they couldn't fire me, but they put me on a one-man layoff. A RIF, reduction in force, whatever. And it's been like 4 years of picking up smaller contracts here and there but that I finally have, I think, something that can turn into something long term again, and it's a weight off my shoulders, but I won't be around.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Discrimination lawsuit right there.
Right? Indirectly, yeah. It kind of sounds like that.
Discriminating on your beliefs?
No.
Right. That's why. No. They couldn't fire me for it. That's why they give me the RIF.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I mean, at least you found something that is looking promising. Sorry to hear that you have to go away for a little bit for that, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have to go 7 hours west of my home. And so I'm not uprooting my family until I know that, you know what I mean? It'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Say, oh look, I got a new job. Why don't y'all kids pack up and go somewhere you've never been, and we'll all enroll you in school, and you can just forget about everything, So I'll be away from them
Yeah.
too. There ain't nothing good coming up, but I am excited. I don't know. Not having a job,
I will say this.
being a father is not an easy thing to do.
That's for sure. I will say this. I forgot what I was going to say when you interrupted me. I forgot what I was going to say. It's okay, though.
Oh, we were
What were we
talking
talking
about Sobel and his and the way people use the word science, if that helps you get back to what you're talking about.
Probably not. It's okay, though. Just in your time away, check it out. Check out that video. I'm glad that Neil's seen it, both of them, by the way, because he has the Case for Creator and a Case for Christ, which came later. Case for Creator was the first one. It was awesome. It's awesome. Matter of fact, I think he even changed it. He added some things and took some other things away, but the original DVD that he had way back then, dude, amazing. He had these all the people with the credentials, right? Like all their top, he pulled these top people of their fields, respected fields, and he goes deep into it, especially on the Case for a Creator one, and his backdrop story though.
Is he like Farmer Racer, getting into citation kind of thing, like that deep?
He's a pseudo QE. Pseudo QE.
Yeah, QE's probably the best at citation I've ever met. I don't know how the dude does it, but
where is QE? He's not here today. No, he's not with you guys tonight or this morning.
He's got some financial issues, so he dipped
out
to sort these financials issues out. And then, 2 or 3 weeks later, he came on one of the shows, and we had to grill him to find out why he disappeared. It turns out that he's just got a bit of debt. We're like, well, let us help you out. And he's like, no. Other people have offered, and I've said no, so no. And then Adam just set him up a GoFundMe. Anyway, so but he's just trying to.
Good morning, by the way, Nathan.
It's just one of those things where, if somebody's on YouTube and got an audience, they kind of expect them to be there, And when something in your life, or for QE in his life, comes up, obviously he's got to tend to it. But it's like, well, this community actually needs you to be here. So, I'm sure they'll solve a minor financial inconvenience so that you'd be here. So people have. He's up to over $1,000 on his Give, Send, Go campaign, which is great.
That is great. I was actually trying to segue that in, but you beat me to it. Do we have a link to it? We can post in
Well, that's a
Discord.
good segue for me. So I'm going to go live in about 5 minutes' time. So those of you who are unfamiliar with Fridays in this particular Discord server, I run a live show from this Discord server for a couple of hours. So please don't swear. That's all I ask. You'll hear me introduce the show and ask again for you to not swear. Other than that, hopefully some of you got some questions. So here we go.
Looking forward to it.
Hey, Nathan. Oh, sorry, Nathan. As a matter of the show, I am going to start trying to, since I'm the one that suggested it, I am going to start trying to raise my hand instead of talking. And that way you can delegate it. And it'll be a lot easier for their moderators and for you. And it doesn't seem like we're just constantly talking on this side.
Fair enough.
You're constantly talking.
So anyway, please don't swear.
I'll try not to. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna give John a hard time the whole day today.
Yeah, so
Hey,
is
you know
this
what,
kind of like
we
your
should
last
do?
show, John?
Yeah, this is my last show on the weekly FED stuff. Yeah.
Oh man,
Thank God.
I'm actually kind of come on now, man. I'm actually kind of sad to hear that, because you usually you have a lot of really good insight, bro.
Yeah, he's all right.
But I understand.
Here and there, he comes
Yeah,
up with
I
some good
understand
things.
No, I was going to actually suggest later on after the show that we do like a QE roast, a roast of QE, where the ball busters get together and actually bust his balls for a change, and
Yeah,
then
I'd be
make
up for
him
that.
sit there and be quiet through the whole thing.
Yeah,
That'd be
especially when
freaking awesome.
Especially when he's at a point in his life where he could be perceived as slightly weak. This is the perfect moment.
Yeah, exactly. And
Kick them when they're
but
down.
we can
That's
do
what they
it
say,
like
isn't it?
for the campaign. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's a good idea. We should have QE on for a roast, and we all roast QE while we run his while we run his. Keep meaning to go and say GoFundMe, and it isn't. It's like Hoover, isn't it? It's so synonymous with the product. Okay, let's try that again. We'll run his Give, Send, Go whilst doing a roast. That's where you need to be raising your hand, Neil, because obviously I'm in the middle of saying something and you've got your mic wide open, ruining the audio.
Accident.
Yeah, we'll do a roast, John. That's a good idea.
And like with QE's personality, it actually fits a lot better than the other way that made me like want to start crying, and I couldn't deal with it. I want my angry QE back.
Oh man,
sad contrast with. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was gonna say that's difficult right there, because angry QE is really angry.
You may not want to hear this,
He's
John.
hot-headed.
After trying to detach myself from getting sentimentally attached to the people who join the panel, in other words, I have to try and kind of look at it from a professional point of view. So when people do, as they do, come and go, I have to kind of just plow on, which seems a bit cold, and it is, but it is intentional. That's not to say that I'm not, sorely disappointed that you won't be rejoining on Monday. Obviously, I know we'll see you around from time to time, probably in the distant future. So obviously, I'm sad about that. But by the same token, from the show's perspective, I've said this so many times. So for me to contradict it because it's you, I would genuinely get accused of having you as my favourite then, which, as you probably well know, it's not the case. But that's not to say that. Well, it just isn't. People claim that, and I genuinely don't have any favourites. It's the same with my two kids. You know, neither of them are my favourite, and it's the same with panel members. It's the same with Discord members. I don't have favourites. But by the same token, it doesn't mean that you're not, sad when one of them is like, oh, I'm not going to be around for a long time now. Same when 10th Man disappeared. He has popped his head into the chat now and again. And you're like, that's good, but it's not the same as having him here. And it won't be the same without you, John. So, it is a bit sad that it's your last day. On the other hand, by contrast, I have to be a little bit cold about it because so many people do come and go through the servers and through the hangouts, and there's been a multitude of different variants of those things. So if I do seem a little bit cold, don't take it the wrong way.
Yeah, don't get gooey, man. It ain't no thing. It ain't like I'm dying. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I was just thinking about that, Nathan, the other day, because I remember when I first joined Discord and I only found your channel through an Eric Dubé YouTube, and then you popped up my suggestions, through the algorithm when YouTube was actually suggesting you to the right, channels. And I want to say it was probably like 2018. I think that's when I first joined Discord because of your channel. And I just remember you had different people, others, not different, but others like added to. Yes or no? Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, as I say, the panel has changed massively over the years, but I've got to start this live stream.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Oh.
Hey.
Good afternoon, guys.
How are you?
Very well. We were discussing in the pre-show, John is moving on to greener pastures, so we may not see his smiling face, metaphorically speaking, for some time. So he's quite excited and obviously a little bit depressed about that fact today, which is his last in the politics server. So he's going to be raising his hand to get his word in edgeways, which he may or may not do, depending on how sprightly the Discord panel are today. We'll find out shortly, I'm in no doubt. Maybe we should be assessing how things are going. You all good with debating Flat Earth? How's it been going since the last time we came here?
Same old, man. A lot of trolls,
Yeah, they did it. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, they did another play to try to get the channel shut down, and it was dead on arrival. It's basically some old hashed up drama, and also some things that mods aren't enforcing TOS again, and yeah, it fell flat. So we just banned a bunch of them, and they begged to come back, and we're like, well, you have to disavow your comments, and like, so then they came crawling back, and they're like, okay, yeah, cut the shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize.
That's okay.
Cut the crap.
Well, I was actually talking about a different aspect. I was more talking about, how you've been elevating the position to the general people who come into the server with arguments about elevation angles and such like.
Oh, yeah, that's the same. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just try and keep them down here on Earth. They like to wander off into space.
Absolutely.
In all these discussions.
That's almost like the first thing they try to do. They take you upwards instead of focusing on the plane. Always they do that. Yeah.
But remember, and it's always kind of funny to think about. Up is with reference to horizontal plane, so it doesn't matter how high you go up. It's still with reference to the horizontal plane.
Exactly. They can't take you up on a ball.
I was literally talking about that this morning, about 4 hours ago. So it's 6 in the morning right now for me. So 4 hours ago, I was on another server. I literally mentioned you, Nathan. I was like, it's funny because Nathan Oakley, he likes to point out that everything like the ISS, the planets, all this stuff, we have distances to them, but they're based upon Earth. How about that?
Yeah, same goes for orbital motion. You'll need a flat Earth to put orbital motion into effect. So Earth is measured flat for the assertion of a globe in orbital motion.
Well, Danny Faulkner wouldn't admit that.
I've been editing that, actually. It's not normally something I'd discuss. Just do a quick shout out to Pin Puncher. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, Happy Friday. Cheers to Nathan and crew. Well, and crew today is the Discord politics server. Hopefully one of the mods in the YouTube live stream chat will just drop a quick link to the politics YouTube 24/7 flat earth section of this particular Discord that we're in today, so people can actually join it. I'm sure I've praised it many times in the past, but it's a very good server. We have a good laugh when we come here on a Friday, and the audience love it.
Yeah, good times. Good times.
Well, we just want the argument to progress. We want people to be pushing the right arguments, rather than this is how the globe doesn't work, which is what we've had for 10 years. More preferable is to move forward on the front foot and say, this is how Earth is flat.
Right. And about that, I was actually thinking about Danny Faulkner and the conversation I had with him. And do you remember when he said that we don't have to take measurements to know a shape? We can just look at something. That's paraphrasing. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I've been editing it.
Absolutely.
What is the first thing? Hold on. As a statement of fact, what is the first thing that Nathan said before it was measured, before it was navigated? It was what?
Obviously and observably flat.
Yeah. And Danny Faulkner appealed to that. And I missed it.
Wow. Big spender Jardo has just dropped $50 into my super chat. Says this super chat is to thank John on his contribution over the years. Amazing effort whilst trying to raise kids. A fellow electrical engineer, instrument tech. I wish him well in the future, even though he's called me retarded once. Best wishes. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat.
You got to send that to John. Sounds like that was for John.
Maybe I'll have to give him another contribution.
No,
is that what you mean,
nice.
Ardo? You actually want that to be contributed directly to John? That's a pain in the ass, but if that's what you want, let me know in the chat.
No. Do not do that. That was for you, man.
I don't know. I'll clarify. If you want me to pass that on to John, I will. Well, either way, Jardo will let me know what he intends for me to do with his $50 super chat. If it is intended specifically for John, let me know and I will pass it on to him. If not, happy days for me. Unlucky QE. We'll find out shortly. Anyway, right, let's move on. Thank you for the super chat either way. Jardo, really appreciate the support. But yeah, so you guys are generally arguing that more. As I say, what is it, a couple of months ago when we first started coming in here, there was a notion that this would be turned into a pretty much globe-dominated server and there'd be no discussion of flat Earth because it would be so heliocentric in nature. That obviously hasn't happened.
No, they come in and get spanked as usual. See, in the 24/7 servers, we don't speculate here. We like to stick to facts and things that we can show and prove. So, you know, even in our original server, QE spends a bit of time in there, and he'll be pulling up any flat earthers that want to come in and speculate and talk about domes and ice walls and AE maps, yeah. So no, that doesn't occur in here.
What about anti-flat earther? I'm going to have to come up with a new title for the people who oppose the idea that Earth is actually measured flat. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there's got to be a title for the internal flat earthers who oppose the idea of the simplistic argument that we're currently punting.
Oh, you're talking about the flat earthers that don't know it's flat?
Or argue that it's not
He's talking about the
flat.
believers. The believers in flat Earth, yes.
Well, there's other people who oppose the argument on more intellectual grounds, not valid or legitimate ones, but I'm asking if you've had issues with flat earthers saying they don't like the idea of you punting the idea that Earth is measured flat.
Oh yeah, we get those guys in here as well, of course. Haven't had them around for a while, but yeah, they come in and out.
I've got something to say to all of those guys.
AI.
Sorry, go ahead.
AI destroyed that argument.
Well, I want to thank them. So to all those people who've been, it's been 21 times that we've gone around the do-si-do of that particular argument. Earth isn't measured flat. How can you say it's measured flat when you use this bit of flat Earth to measure it? either way, that argument has meant that we have inadvertently ignored ballers. That is to say, they've become inconsequential. Our focus of concern has been, why hasn't our own side cottoned on to this simplistic nature of Earth measurement? Why haven't they just run with it immediately? So that becomes our focus. And it's ended up inadvertently triggering ballers like Danny Faulkner to actually enter into the discussion where they hadn't before. Because they've become, like, it's not us stating it, it's our demeanour, it's our behaviour. They've become inconsequential to the debate because there isn't one. So we're bandying words amongst ourselves about how we should phrase this. And they've kind of had their noses pushed out and they've reacted quite badly. Or well, depending on how you want to look at it.
Well, the thing is, and I noticed this about Danny as well, is he was scared to death to talk about measurement. He wanted to keep it in just the conceptual, hypothetical mathematical, right?
Yeah, Adam ripped that to shreds.
That doesn't help.
And then he like hightailed it, didn't he?
Oh yeah. As soon as Adam was able to force him to accept that for his initial claim, he would have to take a measurement to a certain angle, so it put him in a spot. And I mean, he was well thought out. Danny Faulkner is not as stupid as a lot of people like to.
Oh, give me a break. Nathan, what show number is that?
What show number is the one with Danny Faulkner? Yesterday.
Yeah, because that would be a good one to promote.
2124, I believe. I think we're on 2125 today.
So I have heard, though, Nathan, I have heard like a lot more people, not just in this server, but in multiple servers across Discord. I have heard more people like stating like, hey, the Earth is measured flat, like along the lines. And then there's literally globers that would be like, oh, you sound like a Nathan Oakley guy. Like, real talk. Like, they're literally almost coining it to be, if you say the Earth is measured flat, that's a Nathan Oakley claim. I have heard that lately a lot, by the way.
Good.
That's
good.
It's history repeating itself, because I've got to say something I said last time we did this. Once a year, we typically, it's not through effort to do this. It's not like we annually go, well, what's going to be 2025's argument? But typically, once a year, there's a really cracking argument that comes out. And then one of the team will be punting that argument at the forefront of it, if you know what I mean. And whenever anybody repeats the argument, which is inevitably going to be a good, solid argument, they pin it on the person that's originated the argument. So that's just a quantum eraser argument. That's just a Nathan Oakley argument. That's just a Brian's logic argument. That's just a 10th man argument. You know what I mean? You get that?
Yeah.
And obviously, as a YouTuber, that's great. With my YouTube hat on, I go, great. So you're acknowledging that this is my argument. Hopefully people find their way to me as a result. But when I take the YouTube hat off and put the Flat Earth hat back on, it's terrible. No, it's not my argument if you're arguing it. Yeah? Now, this is a double-edged sword for credit. Obviously, I'm defining that with two different hats. But in terms of you, personally, if you're listening to this, or whoever I'm talking to now, who is it APOC I was talking to?
Yeah.
If it was you making the argument, it's your argument then. Yeah? Me, I'm lazy and I don't like even citing things because I can't be bothered to go and get them. But everything that comes out of my mouth is my argument. And you have to know that. You have to take ownership of not only your wins, but obviously your losses as well. But in loss, you can't blame the originator of the argument if you don't understand it. And in victory, it's your victory if you've punted the argument successfully. Go ahead, John and Neil. Whichever one you
Just a test. That was just a test, and you failed. My hand was up first, and you said, go ahead, John and Neil. Go ahead, John.
I wasn't looking at the screen. I just heard doorbells and hands up. Oh, well, my bad. Neil, obviously, priority should be given. And then I'm going to read out a super chat. Got to pay the bills, after all.
Read out the super chat. I was just testing the system.
Fine, we'll go to John after the super chat. Just to clarify, that super chat was for Nathan. Hey. Sorry, John, unlucky. I should just read out the super chat. I'll start that again. Just to clarify, that super chat was for Nathan. But used to thank John, refracted as As for John QE, I'll make a substantial contribution tonight. As for Neil, even though he annoys me, I stand by for memberships. I see. So you're saying stand by, you might get a free membership, Neil. No compliments for you, but you might get his scraps he's tossing you, rather than a compliment just telling you how much he annoys you.
I love the scraps that he tosses me.
Me too. They pay my mortgage, and as do the super chats that you've just given me. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. The John was the other John. I got you. That's why Refracted Curvature was quick to step in and say, no, he means it's for you. Gotcha. Thank you for all the support, Jardo. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and
he's having troubles getting into the room at the moment. Sorry, mate. I was just saying, Jardo, he's been trying to get in here for a couple of weeks, and he's having troubles with the politics server and codes for some reason. So we've been trying to get him in here, but he's can't get in. So he's obviously on YouTube.
Well, that's something I was going to mention, actually. There's been several people from our own server, that's Flat Earth Debate server, that I've invited along, after probably inviting them previously, to join the main panel. So it might be... this is kind of as a result of you suggesting that you're going to be toddling along to greener pastures, John. But obviously I've then gone, oh, okay, well, it might be an idea to increase the numbers in the Master B Skype back office, whatever you want to call it, so that there's different people who have started joining, and there has been a few people that have gone, oh right, okay, I'm now in this group, I will join on the main panel. So you might see a slight change to the show. It's not ultimately going to be any different, but there might be some seemingly new faces. They're not, because they're people that have been specifically invited. Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to speak to the Nathan Oakley argument thing. Saying the Earth is measured flat is not contentious. It is not an argument. They will tell you it is measured flat. I mean, unless they're talking to a flat earther, I guess. Then they're standard, then they go into nut job mode. But it is part of their rhetoric. They should not be arguing with that. Earth is measured flat. They I don't know why they would argue with that. Maybe the flat earthers trying to argue it has just got them confused, because it's so biggie, it's flatty. Remember, what is it, a local plane? Yeah, they measure it flat too.
I was going to say, since doing this debate, there's been many times that Globers have told us about how they measure it flat, and then just move on very quickly, hoping that you won't notice, which we didn't, to justifying why it wouldn't need to be ball-shaped in those circumstances when they're measuring it flat. But since 2024, basically, we've had maybe 2 or 3 examples on Flat Earth Debate, as in the YouTube show going out live or otherwise, where somebody has done it during the time that we're punting this rhetoric, that is to say, move on the front forward, tell people Earth's measured flat, because it is, as John has just said, it's not contentious. Not only is it not contentious, they measure it flat too, and then justify why it wouldn't need to be ball-shaped. So my question is, has there been any examples that you guys have experienced in the politics server where your globe Earth opponent has told you that they've measured it flat? I'm not expecting a whole barrage of people saying yes, by the way. It's just interesting to see. We've only had 2 or 3 examples, as I've just said. It will happen. Yeah? Once you get to grips with the argument and how it actually works, wow, Apocryphon's dropping big dollar on me. I better shout that out before I do anything else. Wow, Apocryphon, you're here in the panel. Thank you. 100 for you and 100 for John. I will miss him, his insight, wisdom, and thank you, Nathan, for all that you have done for truth. Blessings to you both. Wow, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate the support.
For sure. No, for sure, brother. Thank you. It's been a long time coming, but for sure, man. Thank you.
Nobody has ever measured the Earth flat.
Here we go.
It's true. Do you have a non-question begging argument? Do you have a non-question begging argument for the flat Earth?
Okay, first, if we're going to do this, can you back off your mic a couple of inches just so you're not distorted, so you sound at your best?
Great.
Yeah, but this has been taken up before. You dealt with this before, Nathan.
Everyone else be quiet, please. Okay, if we're going to do
you know what a question begging argument is?
You made a statement that I'm going to challenge.
Is
before you move
rise
on to your next
over run a
statement. Everyone
question
else, can you
begging
please be
argument?
quiet just for a
When
second?
you use rise over run, you're begging the question, Brenda?
No, when you assume that the ground is flat and that you're measuring it flat, that begs the question.
Right. It's not rise over curve. It's rise over run. That's a horizontal plane of reference. It's not. We're not begging the question, Brenda. You're just not getting it.
An elevation angle isn't rise over run. I'm talking about your claim that when you measure an elevation angle, that the ground is flat. That's begging the question.
No, Brenda, sweetie, I'm trying to tell you that rise over run is one example of measuring Earth flat. I didn't exactly state the elevation angle, but so that the rise over run, that one's flat. It's just that elevation angle isn't, right?
I don't know what you mean by rise over run. We measure the curvature as 8 inches per mile squared.
Not in rise over run, it's not. That is just a horizontal
I
plane.
don't know.
You're wrong.
Don't know what you're talking about there. I don't know that argument.
It's height, Brenda. Do you not know what height is?
Height is a change in the distance, the elevation, altitude.
Right. So you get a slope from a point at your feet to the top of an object to form a triangle so you can calculate the length of one of the sides. Rise over run.
Yeah. What about it?
Now, if I don't point out where that's a flat Earth, do you just think, like, ignore it?
No, that's not correct for on a globe. That's not how you would measure that height. It would be height. It would be its distance above mean sea level. So you measure the height of a mountain by its distance from mean sea level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
The horizontal plane of reference, yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go get her.
No, mean sea level is based on WGS, the spheroid. It's not based
Level.
on a flat Earth. It's based on a spheroid.
Level. Sea level. Yeah, level.
Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why is level in your Earth curve maths not comporting to the centre of Earth with eye level and surface level then?
Level means conforming.
I heard you the first time, and I would put a response to you, rinse and repeat. Much? I respond. Don't want to hear it a third time either. If level moves around the centre of a sphere Earth, why is level in Earth curve maths not moving around the centre of Earth and parallel with eye level? Both of them are horizontal, flat, not curving. You say otherwise, twice. I respond, no, it isn't in Earth curve maths. Level's level. Why would you say such a stupid thing? Is it because you need to use a bit of flat Earth with sea level? Yes, it is. No, love. Level means having no part higher or lower than another. And to define a curve to be comporting with, as you suggest level is, you'd need to describe it in terms of its deviation from level. They can't even describe a curved Earth without having level be level. That's absurd. That's the end of the discussion, by the way. There's no response required to that.
Right. So,
sea level. So sea level. So welcome to Flat Earth. You need sea level.
Say those words, but that doesn't
let's
mean
just
anything.
try it again. Welcome to Flat Earth. Your response was to say sea level. Yeah, sea level. That's level.
No, it wasn't. No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I said horizontal.
So can we remove her? She's now denying what she said. She said sea level. Now she's denying it. I don't want to talk to her anymore.
Yeah, and the rise over run was what it started with because she said, you're not measuring for curvature that way, so you're just using a flat plane.
And I'll point out that with beautiful timing, Brenda just needs a little bit of flat Earth to move forward with her claim of a globe. That would be sea level. Well, that would be a level then for the sea. Yeah, that would be a flat Earth. Oh, but if I claim that level isn't level anymore, then it's all good that I need a little bit of flat Earth to use to start my claim off. Yeah, you're going to need a bit of flat Earth for your claim of a globe there with sea level. Now let it be known for every single person watching that all of you will measure Earth flat, regardless of your belief in a globe. And Brenda has just demonstrated that for your delight. Because she needs just a little bit of level, that would be flat, to start her claim. And when I turn around and say, what's a flat Earth that you're being welcomed to? She turns around and says, no, because level isn't level. It moves around a description that could only be described if I've got level to describe it deviating from. But the level itself isn't level. So I respond,
Why
yeah, it
are
is
you
in your
screaming your
maths.
tits off?
It is in your maths, my response. Where does she go from there? Nowhere. You need a flat Earth to claim a globe. It's surface level in Earth curve maths, and it's not moving around a sphere. It's level. It has no part higher or lower than the other, so it can be parallel with eye level, also in Earth curve maths. So surface level is flat. It's right there in your own maths. You need a flat Earth more than we do. Brenda needs sea level to start her claim, as do all of you on the globe. You're going to be measuring a flat Earth for your claim. I'll be pointing it out the moment you use it.
One of the funniest things that I find, Nathan, that every glober that comes into this argument and says, as Brenda just said, they have never built anything to where the blueprints are based upon these so-called elevations, whatever it may be. That's why I said so-called. You might be 400 feet above sea level. You might be 800 feet above sea level, but it's always above sea level. None of them have ever built anything in their life, but they want to try to come tell us that it's not based upon that. And I find that funny. It's fucking ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous.
No swearing.
I know, I caught myself.
I was going to take it somewhere else, by the way. Rise Over Rome was where John took it. I was going to take it to Eratosthenes, like we did with the other guy, and get a cut between a rock and a hard place. So it's not... You were saying it's a begging the question to assume Earth's flat when you take elevation angle measurements. So, therefore, void? Oh, yes, absolutely. So Eratosthenes is void?
I think that's where you should take it all the time.
They need a flat Earth to measure. That's how their claims all start. We all measure Earth flat. Yeah, John.
Yeah, and I went
John,
to the Rise Over Run because when you get that angle to the height of the object from the bottom of your feet, that is a terrestrial elevation angle, and it is a triangle. Just so everybody knows.
Not only that, a lot of globers are trying to trick everybody up and say, well, we don't need the surface of the earth to create that angle. We could just use the vertical. But what they don't understand, or what they're not telling their audience, is that even if you establish a plumb bob to get your vertical, you're still basing upon a 90-degree angle, which creates the baseline to begin with. These guys, they have so many tactics, it's funny. But they're not builders. They're not even in the industry of building it. And it's funny to me because I am, so I could just laugh at them.
Me too. It's still referencing Earth. They could use all the plumb bobs they want. Still a reference to flat Earth.
Right, a few shout-outs. Jardo just gifted a whole load of memberships, so welcome to Andy, Christian, Slow-Mo Moonbuggy, Porn Idol 1, Paul Snell, Daz Studio, MF2, who I think, is that Jason? I think I recognise the thumbnail. Let me know from the chat, MF2. Click OK, got a membership. Hey! Uncommon Sense and Larry Silverstein's insurance policy. Brilliant. Richard Brown, and there's one other, if the chat would slow down, OBE Lines, another friend of the show. Brilliant. Well, you've all got free memberships. Say a big thank you to Jardo.
Wait, I missed it. And did you say Jensen Flatfoot got a free membership?
Possibly. Did I?
Oh, he's my biggest fan.
Maybe, I don't think so. I'll have to have a look. Jason Dean, thank you for the super chat. A circle inside a circle is not level. What? A circle inside a circle is not level? What does that mean?
He's talking about the having a equidistant circumference to a smaller circle that is not level.
Has Flat Out Truth got a channel? Flat Out Truth just joined as a penguin, as a member. I've recognised that name. I'm pretty sure. Let me know from the chat. Have you got a channel? If so, I'll shout it out. Anyway, right. Let's get back to the Discord server. Sorry, I'm being really rude. I'm your guest here, and I'm shouting out all my super chats and talking to my show. Sorry, that's really rude.
You're a total jerk.
Well, is there anybody in there that wants to come out and give us some evidence of their sphere?
Well, if nobody's going to talk,
Go ahead. Humongous what?
Hello. Yeah, I was saying if no one's going to talk, I was looking into chat. I saw this little diagram that Radwin posted, which is kind of flawed. The point is that you flatten the Earth and then bring the sun closer to the ground, and it acts the same way as if something's on a sphere. But the problem is that you can increase the height of the poles here, and that would change the angle of the shadow. However, on the surface of a sphere, no matter how tall those poles get, the angle of the shadow still remains consistent.
Incorrect. You're wrong.
Angle. No, you go, John.
Yeah, that's just incorrect. There is no angle the shadow is creating on the surface of the sphere. If your baseline's the sphere, that is just a vertex. It is not an angle.
Correct.
What? I'm talking about the angle off of the peak of the pole, right? So if you like bring a piece of paper and see how long it takes before it starts being shrouded by the pole, you'll see the angle through that. It really has nothing to do with the ground. You just see it on the ground as well.
Right, you said it's got nothing to do with the ground, you'd just be on the ground. The shadow's on the ground, isn't it?
But a shadow is kind of a zone.
Just let me lead you. The shadow is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. If that line is curving, then it is not an angle. Do you understand?
The shadow is curving.
If the shadow is curving, then it is not an angle.
The shadow is basically a slice in the light.
No,
you think you're cutting the Earth in half to get a shadow?
It's just one line of two that form an angle. That's all it is.
Sorry, what?
Just one line of two that form an angle.
Humongous.
It is two people talking at the same time.
It's one line of two that form an angle. Correct?
All I'm saying is that
Is that correct? Is that correct?
What? What are you saying?
It's two lines meeting at a vertex, aka an angle.
Sure.
Not if one of the lines is curving. Do you understand?
But
not
neither of the lines.
Stop. You don't need to chant through the conclusion that you've ignored 3 times. I'm concluding. It's as in the end that you just need to either concede or have it repeated 16 more times. No. If one of those lines is bent, as in on a curved global surface, it is not an angle. Now, for you to claim it is... Let's try that again. For you to claim it is an angle, you must concede we will measure Earth flat for it to be an angle. Do you understand?
What does that have to do with the experiment?
You said that one was working on a globe and one was working on a flat Earth. And John and I both interrupted at the same time and said one is not an angle. The one on a curve isn't two straight lines meeting at a vertex, aka an angle. It's one straight line meeting a curve, which is not an angle.
Yeah, but we don't really care about the ground. We're
Oh,
caring
do we
about
not?
the top of
Do
the
we not
pole
care?
and shadow.
Do we not care about the ground on a flat Earth debate? No, in this particular instance, we absolutely care about the ground, and we are very specifically measuring the ground flat. This is a flat Earth only measurement because it's an angle. So while you can say we don't care about the ground when we're measuring the ground flat, I say we do care because it can only be done if the ground is a horizontal plane of reference, a baseline, flat.
You're ignoring the point. The
No, I'm
only
not.
difference is you're changing how tilted the pole is. The angle you're measuring is off the peak of the pole. It's not the pole to the ground. It's the pole to the shadow.
Don't say angle. If you think the baseline's curved, don't say angle and try to make your argument.
It's not the baseline.
Because every time you say angle, you're invoking a horizontal plane of reference for you to get as your baseline. And in this specific case, it's a shadow on the ground.
Yeah,
Is your horizontal
the
plane of
shadow.
You
We're
don't need to
talking
get
about
angry,
the
right? Do you want to back off your mic a couple of inches while we tell you, while you calm down, that Earth will be measured flat in this example, whether you like it or not?
Here, someone just posted it in chat. You're conceptualizing that it's the line to that curve, but that's not where I'm measuring. I'm measuring.
Stop. I'm not doing anything. It's your example.
Yeah. But you're interpreting it wrong.
No, I'm not. It's just an angle.
You are interpreting.
No, I'm not interpreting anything. If it's an angle, it is flat. Now, you don't have to like
So you're
that,
not
and you can
interpreting, you're not
interrupt
listening?
me at every single time I conclude this point with ipso facto, no interpretation required. You say, not me, angle. I say straight, flat, baseline then, because if it isn't, then it isn't an angle. So, for this example, in both instances, one with you with an angle on a fantasy curved line that isn't an angle, and the actual acquisition of an angle from a flat Earth, we will be measuring two straight lines. One is a baseline, and the other is a line that meets it. The angle is between those 2 points. The tip of the line that moves up perpendicular to the flat Earth. Yeah, that's what you're measuring. With respect to a ground that is flat only. It cannot be done any other way. Yeah, in
The way
conclusion.
the actual experiment goes is you're measuring the top of the line.
God, you don't know what an experiment is. In conclusion, Earth is measured flat.
You just like don't listen to anything I say, and I'm just
is that you're.
Right, John,
I think I
just
can
hold
help
on a
you
second,
little
John.
bit.
Just hold on a second. John, sorry, did you want to tell me I don't listen to you telling me that this is an experiment? Measurement of angles.
Okay, I understand exactly.
You don't have
what
to
you're
interrupt me when I spank your bum because you've said something stupid. Yes, I do listen. I heard you say the word experiment. No, this is an angle measurement. That's maths. You don't seem to understand the difference between the cause and effect reasoning in the scientific method. That would be an experiment. And mathematical acquisition of angles with respect to a flat Earth. What was that you say? As an ad hominem attack? That's you not responding to my argument and instead telling me I don't understand? Yeah, I do.
No, that's not an ad hominem.
I can listen, and yes, you are interrupting, triggered globe
argument.
believer, presumably. You are interrupting, as I conclude that this angle measurement, ipso facto, will be measuring Earth flat for everyone who wants to call it an angle, like you did. So you called it an angle, so it is with respect to a flat baseline. That is, as I have already suggested, but you feel the need to continue, the end. The conclusion being, we measure Earth flat. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I forget so often where I'm. We don't have a lot of interactions with Glovers that I'm not actually trying to help someone out. You're in the middle of a debate, so I apologize. But the thing that's confounding him is he's been within our education system. We're taught to use a flat Earth to prove a globe, and it's skipped by. and it's never been addressed like we're addressing it now, and it's hard to deal with. I think it would be good to, if you're having trouble with it, to go and think about it for a little bit, and it will help you, I promise.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if he needs help. Yeah, Brenda needs sea level. That's the first part of her claim. Let's just utilise sea level. That's level. No justification for how level it isn't comporting to a sphere, so she says, is going to undo what level is. And it's required for her geometry to infer that she's got sphericity. She's going to describe a deviation from that level, that what isn't level anymore because you need to start with sea level. This guy needs to start with an angle measurement off a flat baseline, doesn't he? So what, we're not going any further, and maybe that's me not listening, and I'm going to get interrupted while I summarise that fact. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get interrupted by a triggered Fundy, aren't I? Yeah, because he needs a flat Earth angle to start this process. I mean, he's already got it in juxtaposition with two different things, one not being an angle that's off a globe that apparently also works. No, you will measure Earth flat. We all measure Earth flat. Globers included.
They've been doing it for years. We just never picked up on it.
Yeah,
but now we're honed in on it.
Up until 2024, both globers and flatties happily accepted the flat Earth prerequisites that they used at the start of their examples. And then in juxtaposition, you've got the flat Earth using globe Earth maths set against a straw man false dichotomy of what they say flat Earthers claim. Pizza pie in a sky vacuum with a boat falling over an edge. And they say, oh, ours wins. What, yours wins when it's utilising a flat Earth measurement as its genesis? That's just a flat Earth versus a flat Earth with you saying your measured flat model, called globe, wins. You still need a flat Earth. Like sea level. Like an angle with a shadow and a stick. You know, all of these examples use a flat Earth as the baseline to start the claim. Now, the quicker people start realising this rather than just accepting it as a prerequisite flat Earth measurement that globers are going to use, and then start arguing after that, yeah, you'll lose all the time. You've allowed them to measure and utilise a flat Earth to make their globe Earth argument. Stop them. What's that, you want sea level?
You're just lying.
Oh, sea level's not level. Angles aren't angles.
No. You're lying about requiring this prerequisite of having a flat level plane you're making this angle from.
How's that
lying? Angle is.
How's that a lie? It is a prerequisite. You had the same prerequisite when you described an angle off a baseline. That is a prerequisite. Yeah. Maybe I'll interrupt the conclusion of how this is absolutely not a lie, how outrageous, and it is absolutely without doubt a prerequisite. For it to be an angle, it's got a baseline that is flat. If it isn't, it's not an angle. I have covered this with you personally 5 times, and now you're calling me a liar. No, mate, you don't have to like it. It's a fact. The prerequisite is the baseline for it to be called an angle, as you did. Are you a liar when you claim that you are getting angles? Because angles have got straight lines. One is the baseline for everyone, and it's flat. I am not a liar. That's an outrageous claim. I'd like an apology.
Well, wouldn't that make me a liar then? If I say that, like, I'm apologizing.
Yeah, you lied about getting an angle off a globe. That's your lie about an angle working off a curved surface. That's you. If you want to tar me with the standards that you have, I wouldn't dare. But I will, because you've done it to me in the last 2 minutes, just to compare and contrast. Yes, by your own stupid, idiotic standards, that would make you a liar when you say an angle works from a curve. No, liar.
No, I never said that.
No, that just makes you stupid, as you interrupt me, pointing out that, yes, by your own stupid standards, it would make you a liar. Yes. No, you don't get angles from curved surfaces. I'm not going to call you a liar. I'll just call you stupid. Someone who doesn't understand what an angle is. Somebody idiotic who says that when you've got a curved line meeting a straight line, it forms an angle. That doesn't make you a liar, my friend. It makes you stupid.
I like how you love to point out whenever someone quote-unquote ad hominem somebody, but then you're ad hominem me. When I call you a liar, it's not ad hominem, it's just a fact because it's being unproductive to the conversation.
What did I lie about?
What does? Well, hold on a minute. Not being productive to the conversation is not a lie. What? You don't define what a lie is. You don't even know what that is, do you?
Lie, being untruthful, not saying that something that's true, saying
No,
something
that's not correct.
false,
That's not a
and knowing
lie.
it's
That's
false.
not
That's
right.
incorrect.
You don't even know what a lie
You
is.
don't even know what a lie is. The guy's a moron. He doesn't even know the words he's using. He's just defined a lie incorrectly. Incorrectly, my friend. You don't know what the words you're using mean. I am not a liar when I describe your example of an angle. It will never have a curved line meeting the perpendicular line that forms the shadow. Ever. It will be a straight line. You have, for me pointing that out 6 times, called me a liar for it. That's not a lie. You will measure Earth flat for a straight line. Now, me concluding it with you chanting through it 6 times isn't going to change the fact that it's a fact. And it's not going to make me a liar because I point that fact out. It's an outrage, and I've asked you once, now twice, for an apology. It's not a lie to say that an angle's an angle. It is an angle. You used it.
Which side is the initial side that we're measuring here for this experiment?
It's not an experiment. A guy, you can't even listen to the words that I've put to you. We already described this category error with you once. It's an angle measurement. That's maths. It's not cause and effect reasoning.
Yes, it's an angle
Don't talk
measurement.
through me.
Which one is?
Don't talk through me. You triggered zealot globe believer. You don't even know the difference between mathematics and science, and you feel you've got the right to chant through the top of what I'm telling you? By the way, I'm not asking you anything anymore. I'm telling you things. Like maths isn't science. This is not an experiment. A measurement of a baseline with a flat line for it to be called an angle isn't going to be curved. I'm not going to suggest that makes you a liar. Just, as I've said already, not an ad hom, makes you stupid. I've got a diagram up on screen with a stick and a shadow. The baseline must be flat. That's a fact, not a lie.
So where's the baseline?
The flat baseline that I'm not lying about being a prerequisite because it's an angle, that one.
I have a straight line.
So why is it that you cannot concede that your outrageous assertion that I'm lying about that which I've got diagrammatically represented to 117 live audience members, this isn't a lie, it's a fact and a prerequisite to make this measurement of an angle. Earth will be measured flat.
He asked where the baseline was, Nathan.
So the thing...
does he know that the shadow's being cast upon the ground and that will be the baseline for this angle?
That's not the baseline.
You know that, right?
That's not the baseline.
Wow.
Excuse me?
Wow. That's not the baseline. The shadow on the ground is not the baseline. The baseline is the pole, and the terminal side of the angle is the shadow. Not the shadow on the ground, but the actual like angle of the shadow from the object. Because a shadow can be any shape if you manipulate the ground to which it's falling onto. The angle that...
You don't know what a baseline is either.
No, he doesn't.
The baseline initial side is the
shadow.
basic...
You invoked the shadow, and then you denied that the shadow was on the ground now? Are you saying the shadow's not on the ground?
Who cares? It's flat.
Wow,
it's an angle. It's flat. This is non sequitur. Who cares? Stop. Yeah, this is going to be flat for it to be an angle. That's it. End of argument. I don't want to do it 8 more times. I've done it 7.
How could you possibly derive anything from the shadow?
Baseline.
Sorry, John, hold on a second.
No...
Hold on. Sorry. How can I derive anything from the shadow in your argument? My friend, please do not flip the burden. We are simply taking your claim, taking a giant steaming dump on the idea that you could get an angle from a curved surface, and pointing out that in your argument for your claim, Earth will be measured flat. For that, I've been interrupted incessantly, first of all. There's the same bloody interruption at the conclusion that we've had about 6 times. Yeah? You just can't help yourself, mate. It's triggering to you. You're a zealot with a belief. I get it. Doesn't alter the fact of the matter that Earth is measured flat. I've got a diagram of what you've described on screen. The fact that you don't understand the words that you're using, like experiment or baseline, these things just, again, not an ad hom, demonstrate your stupidity. I'm not saying you're a lying globe-believing zealot. You're an idiot globe-believing zealot. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, I'm not a
I
zealot.
think
The
what he's
reason why I
doing
interrupt
he's
here
used-
is
he's used
because
the point of reference to.
you just interrupted.
Pardon me. I can clear this up. I can clear this up for you, buddy. Let me do that right quick.
Here, I have a pretty important thing to say.
Established a
Nothing
vertical
this guy
and-
has to say is important, but you are rumpusing him, John.
Okay, so as I was going to say, the reason why I interrupt, as it may be annoying, is because I'm trying to counter one point at a time. It's much more difficult to counter all, like, 5 things you said there at the same time, which I would each like to have an individual assessment of, but it's hard to do all that.
Well, that was fascinating. What a wonderful rebuttal. Chow Yun Cat, thank you for the clown emoji super chat.
If you'd like to repeat like your first and second point from what you were saying earlier, I'd love to counter those.
You made the point, you made the argument, you described angles being measured with respect to a flat earth and angles being measured with respect to a curved surface. This is your argument. We took your argument and pointed out that in all respects, for it to be an angle, it must be measured with respect to a flat earth for you to call this an angle. That's your argument being wrapped up in a nice package with a bow. That bow has got a tag on it. The tag on it says, Earth is measured flat.
Here, I'll make a couple claims here then. I would claim that you don't need to measure...
You already did! I just took a dump on them. My friend.
More claims.
You don't need more claims. What you need to do, like a man, is acknowledge your loss. You've already made a claim. This curve angle works on a globe just like it works on a flat earth. No, mate, it doesn't. It only works on a flat earth. Now, you're going to eat that before we move on. Now, if you don't, I'll keep you here indefinitely for my audience's amusement. Making you a zealot? Something you denied? Or maybe you can actually prove you're not a zealot by conceding that fact you called me a liar for stating. Earth will be measured flat for you to call this angle an angle. Can you concede that, zealot?
So by bending the knee, that would make me not a zealot?
So far, not conceding a fact that to call this on screen for 120 people live watching that are laughing at you and calling you a clown, for it to be called an angle, it must have a flat baseline while you chant through the conclusion of what will stop you being a zealot as you demonstrate zealotry by chanting through me and asking you again to concede that which you still have not. Zealotry. Yeah, if you eventually concede it, we can say that we're helping you stop being such a zealot. But at the moment, all you're demonstrating with your interruptions, constant interruptions, is zealotry. Because you can't concede something that's been put to you. I'll count them off. 9 times. In your example, that you are now chanting through incessantly, because you're a zealot, in your example, Earth has been measured flat for an angle. I'm asking you to concede that, and you're asking me about whether or not taking a knee would make you not a zealot, rather than actually conceding that Earth is measured flat for this angle. That's the actual argument.
I would love to tackle the other part, which is zealotry.
You mean the bit that's not the argument? You'd much prefer to discuss something that's not the argument about Earth being measured flat in a flat Earth debate. You'd rather discuss your incessant zealotry than address your argument containing a flat Earth measurement. Yeah, I'm sure you would rather discuss zealotry than the flat Earth in your argument. Sure.
Well, first off, I would love for, I would be allowed to really show you my argument and you'd listen to it without being called a zealot.
I heard it. You told me angles could work off a curved surface as well as they work off a flat Earth. We pointed out that if they're curving, the baselines, that is, for a curved surface, then they're not angles. We listened to your argument. We responded to it now 10 times. But you want to discuss zealotry that you're demonstrating by not conceding something 10 times.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Nathan, I think when you get a chance, I can clear up what he was actually trying to say. It's just a minutia point, but it's worth knowing.
Okay, I'll shout out Unitux Femu. Where is the object which is making shadow? Question mark. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, he's trying to use other angle. You know, you got 3 angles in a triangle. You got the 90 on where the stick's in the ground, right? You got that 90, which requires a flat Earth. And then
real quickly, I would like to say it's not a triangle.
Side of the ground,
what I'd prefer, John, is that any examples that make him look stupid or prove Earth's being measured flat, it'd be better if he talks straight through the middle of those rather than being concisely delivered to the audience. Much better if he talks through the middle of them. He's got something very important to say, he thinks. My friend, you don't know the difference between maths and science, but you're going to tell us you've got something very important to interject with. Shut your mouth. Listen to the people talking.
The character rather than the argument.
We've gone through your example 10 times. Now you can shut up.
You never listened to the example. You didn't.
Your example was an angle off a curve and an angle off a flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, but I did listen. Now shut your mouth. We dealt with it 10 times. Shut up.
Humongous, to be fair, man, they were just explaining something to you and trying to clarify something for you. And when they got to the point, you've just spoken straight through the top of them again. So if you would like to go ahead, Nathan, I think it was
John.
Not sure who was speaking. John?
Yeah, what you have 3 sides to the triangle. Where the stick goes in the ground, you form your 90 with the flat Earth, and then moving out to the corner where the shadow is cast on the flat Earth, you form an angle there. That's what we were discussing. He was trying to take it to the vertical, that where the stick's 90 degrees to the flat Earth, and go to that third part of the triangle that's not touching the Earth to try to make his point.
Okay.
Like I said, it's not really relevant. His objection is like a minutia point. You know what I mean?
Very good. Is there anybody else? Because 10 times is enough, in my opinion.
Humongous in the chat from George, 58 minutes past the hour.
58 minutes past the hour. Yeah. You're talking about the guy with like the compass?
We got a guy with a stick in the ground with a sun shining.
Yeah.
And he's creating a triangle, a right angle triangle, where the right angle is the base of the stick. The other part of the triangle is the angle to the sun. Yeah, the shadow. How is that not forming a triangle, as per your claim?
The reason why is the angle he's actually measuring here is the one where the sun first is interrupted by the pole. He's just using the ground because it's easier to measure it like that. In the case that he can realistically be up on the side of a mountain cliff and still be able to measure the shadow of the stick, even though there's no ground next to him, right? It's the shadow is all the way down the ground, probably 1,000 meters below him. He's measuring the vertex right at the tip of the stick.
Do what? The sun.
The sun's
and the
rays
stick,
being
just out of
blocked.
interest, sorry, the stick itself, we just ram that into the ground at any old direction, do we not? On the side of the mountain.
We would like it to be upright.
What, as in perpendicular? Sorry, stop. As in perpendicular to the plane of reference?
As in to the point where it doesn't fall down.
As in perpendicular to, perpendicular,
if you were
as in perpendicular to the plane.
I don't see how this has anything to do with anything.
I mean, okay, so I can just shove it into the ground sideways, can I? The stick.
No.
Oh no, so it would be need. No. Yeah, I got your answer. I'm leading you. Yeah. So no, it would need to be what, perpendicular to the plane, like at 90 degrees to it, like vertical.
This is where a tangent.
This is where I don't get an answer because you're going to need a flat Earth for it, aren't you? Yes, you definitely will. So I'm not going to get an answer. I'm going to get a lot of chanting through the conclusion. So we're going to be perpendicular to the plane of reference, aren't we? It's going to be vertical, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to need a flat Earth for that. Yeah. Earth is measured flat. They just need a little bit of flat Earth. You know, like perpendicular to the plane of reference for the stick. I mean, it's not like we can randomly shove it in to a globe. it needs a plane of reference to be perpendicular to. You don't have that if you're pointing inwards on a globe, obviously. So you're going to need a flat Earth to reference to start this process off, just to shove the stick in the ground. I mean, maybe we haven't listened to your argument or anything, but your argument seems to require a stick perpendicular to a plane of reference. That would be vertical. For you to start this process off, you know, you can't just shove it in any old how, can you? You're going to be referencing a plane for the stick itself. John pointed that out to you too. He said you'd have to have it 90 degrees to it, but you just chanted through it because you're a zealot. You didn't hear it because you talked through it. When John pointed that out to you, you started talking in the middle of his pointing that out to you. I'm actually reiterating something you didn't hear because you talked rather than listened to the flat Earth that will be measured when you get a stick to be perpendicular to it. Hope that's clear. Earth measured flat for your stick.
He invoked a tangent.
Hey Nathan, just real quick for this character, where did he hear this claim or argument, if you will, that, you know, along those lines? Like, where did you get this from?
What? Where did I get this
argument
model?
From?
The argument?
Yeah. So
I don't know.
What you're questioning him right now? Where did you get that from? I'm really interested. Like,
I
where did that
logically
come from?
thought it through.
Really?
So if we suppose that the Earth is a sphere, then realistically, if we also assume that all light beams are intersecting the Earth at the same parallel just line, basically, then you should be able to move two places across the sphere in order to get the angles and use those angles to find what percentage of the full circumference you got. Because I was thinking this through with
incorrect.
Like an orange.
That's
right?
incorrect.
So if
Stop. We don't need an example. We heard your claim. Once you make that claim, you stop, so we can take a giant dump on it. No, when you describe the parallel light rays, the reason for that little apologetic is so that you can take the light rays that meet a curved surface and won't give you an angle, as we've already pointed out, to the centre of a sphere Earth at the equatorial plane. Obviously, you did not know that.
Sorry, what?
The equatorial plane. You said light coming in parallel. That's a justification to take these angles from the centre of a sphere Earth at the equatorial plane. Second time I've said it. You obviously, given that I'm now repeating it and you're interrupting it, did not know that, did you?
As I was saying, sorry, I didn't explain further how
Sorry,
my
you
thought
didn't know
process
that,
works.
did you? Stony silence.
Can I
No, he
explain?
didn't. No, he doesn't know how this works. He knows that light comes in parallel, according to his rhetoric. Obviously doesn't know why. Why would you declare that
I do
light
know.
comes
I
in?
can explain
You don't need
it.
to
That's where I
interrupt
was
me, you
going.
dumbass. I know more about your stupid globe Earth belief than you do. Now, you might be shocked by that me, the Flat Earther, Nathan Oakley, knows more about your stupid religious belief than you do, and I'm prepared to call you out on every crap bit of belief you peddle here, and call you a zealot when you can't concede facts that you use in your claim, like angles off a plane. Yeah, you're a zealot, and I know more about your religion than you do. When I'm pointing out aspects of your religion, like why you would say light comes in parallel, you don't have to interrupt it. It's because you're going to move something that does not give you an angle, that's a light ray meeting a curved surface, to the centre of the globe Earth, effectively making it redundant, because you're then using an angle off a plane. That plane being justified by the parallel light you claimed, that you didn't even know why you were claiming it. I'm pointing out why you were claiming it and what it is used for. To move that light ray to the centre of hell and use it as an angle. Shut up! As an angle off the equatorial plane. That is the third time I've said it. I also concluded with, obviously, now really obviously, you did not know that, did you? Closed question, third time's a charm.
Anyway, as I was going to...
Not anyway! You, zealot, who has no balls and isn't a man and cannot concede things, you did not know that, did you?
Oh, so you're just omniscient now? You
I know you didn't know it because I've had to explain it 3 bloody times with you interrupting it. You said parallel light.
Yeah.
Why is it parallel? Exactly, pray tell.
Wait.
Why is it parallel? Tell
let me explain. You want to let me...
Maybe you could eat your mic, really eat your mic, because then it won't be obvious that you're stupid. And now I'm saying it a 4th time. You did not know this, did you?
I did.
Why is the light parallel?
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through my thought process here. I thought
Tell us why it's parallel. Give it us in 1 sentence. Why is the light parallel? If you know why, tell us why.
I understood that as the stick or pole or whatever you're using to measure the light increases in height, the angle of the shadow doesn't change at all. So thus you can infer that all the light rays are coming from the same exact parallel equatorial plane, as you would put it, or whatever.
Yeah, the flat earth that you'll actually use the angles with, that's a flat earth. Equatorial plane. Yes, you'll need a flat baseline for these angles that don't work on the sphere surface. They work at the equatorial plane. A flat earth that will work with the angles you measure. So, we'll be using a flat earth then.
Well, I already ruled out the flat.
Sorry, stuttery man, yes is the answer you're looking for. Yes, we'll use the flat equatorial plane. Yes is the word you're looking for.
Can we not use ad hominems here?
What, when I ask you to say yes?
No, when you're calling...
No is the answer to a question that only requires 1 answer given it is conceded. We will be using the equatorial plane. Yes, we will. Won't we?
I would consider it unreasonable to...
So why are we discussing what you consider to be reasonable when I'm seeking an acquisition of an affirmation of the equatorial plane we'll be using? Why would you be discussing anything other than the affirmative confirmation? Yes, we will be using the equatorial plane with the angles the stars give us, won't we?
And Humongous, it's a yes or no answer. And no, Nathan wasn't speaking over you. You were silent for about 5 seconds because you just don't want to speak the truth, yeah? And you're trying to find a way around it. So it's a yes or no answer, or you'll go back on mute.
We'll be using the equatorial plane, won't we?
You will silence me.
We will be using the equatorial plane.
That's zealotry.
Sorry, zealotry is not what I am doing. It is what you are doing and now projecting. So in the face of his declaration that we will be using the plane, equatorial in nature, by his own words, he cannot simply affirm that which he has already stated overtly. He has stated we're going to be using it with the equatorial plane. Yes, we will, won't we?
I would argue that if you get angry about somebody...
Zealotry, ladies and gentlemen. 130 people watching your zealotry right now, really amused by it. They are laughing their heads off. What a zealot you are. Because you mentioned the equatorial plane, my friend, and now you're failing to concede that which you mentioned? I wonder why. Maybe I'm a zealot.
Yeah. He just backed himself into the corner and realised what he did.
He didn't back himself anywhere. I pushed him there. So we will be using...
Yeah, we ain't asking questions. We ain't asking questions no more. We're telling you guys, it's flat.
Yeah, he backed himself into a corner because he can't get anything off a curve. He's got to take it to the center of the earth.
Yeah, for the angles to work, the ones we measure on the surface, they work up the equatorial plane in hell. On a plane, a flat earth that matches with the angles measured on the surface, a flat earth, because that's what angles are. We covered this in the last discussion with him.
He finally
well,
left.
They should probably do what their authorities are doing right now is steering away from measurement. So, yeah, if you want to continue to argue this subject, you should probably take Danny Faulkner, PhDs, and take his tact and try to stay as far away from measurement as you can, bud.
Why do they do that, John? They're steering away from the measurement because they cannot get any measurement off of a curve. So they're steering it away from the ground.
Hey, just real quick, guys. Earlier in a discussion in the Discord, somebody brought up a really, really good point, okay? For people that are dealing with space, okay, in their paradigm. Why is everything we deal with in reality X, Y, Z? But what is that
Hold on 1
fourth
second. Just
component?
1 second. Root FE. Please, can you put yourself on mute so you don't destroy my live show? Root FE. If you don't mute in the next 5 seconds, I'll ask somebody to remove you so you don't destroy my show like with the last guy did when I listen back. Sorry, do you want to continue that, hopefully, without some guy eating crisps in a voice chat? Like an idiot, not an ad hom, an idiot. Thank you for doing that. Do you want to start again?
Yeah, I'll start again. So earlier, somebody brought up, I forgot his name. I wish I remembered it to give him kudos, but he brought up a really good point. He said, like, everything we deal with, right, in reality is XYZ coordinates, okay? But what is space's fourth measurement? And I don't think that exists. But I want to bring it up to you, Nathan. Like, what do you think about that? I don't think there is, right?
I'll actually pass it over to John to describe the asymptotically flat plane that is space. There is no fourth dimension, you're correct, but John, go ahead.
Right. Go ahead, John.
If it's around, he might have vanished temporarily.
He might have, yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
Can you hold it? Because I do actually want him to address it. It's his last day here, so if he has vanished from the mic, he'll be kicking himself if he doesn't.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool if he explains it. Yeah, for sure. But how awesome of that question is, right? Like that's a really good question. At least for people that are like searching for the truth.
They turn the time axis into one of the already existing 3 dimensions. So Brian's really good at describing it. They describe the y-axis as the time dimension, and you can only ever describe it pictorially as a 3-dimensional box, often on a 2-dimensional screen to begin with. So when they show the bending of a lattice work with a planet sat in the middle of a gravity well, you're like, that's a 3-dimensional drawing. It isn't 2D, but you know what I'm saying. You know, it's like the fourth dimension. There isn't one. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, it's still an
The reality is it's not reality.
Right. but so this cat brought it up earlier. I was like, dude, that's a great point, because everything we deal with is always, no matter how you point that out, bro, it's XYZ, and that's planar, that's elevation. That's all you need in all directions. That's all we're dealing with.
Yeah,
and there's nothing else besides
yes, and that's derivative of the celestial.
He's back. Did you hear the beginning?
Did you want me to explain how space requires a flat plane?
Yes, maybe if you can repeat the question, and then go ahead, John.
Yeah. So John. So John, we were waiting for you to come back so you could answer this. So I will say it again. Earlier, in the Discord server, another gentleman, as I said, I wish I remember his name, so I can give him kudos to such a great question for those that are listening to think about this, right? There is only, everything we do is always X, Y, Z, but where does space come into that? What's the fourth measurement for space, being that there isn't? But go ahead, explain.
Well, the celestial sphere is where everything begins and ends. You know, it's the Genesis and the Revelation. It's Alpha and Omega. Everything that they understand about reality requires that plane of reference, right? So they see the plane. We've measured it. We built the celestial sphere utilizing the flat plane. But then they're trying to account for this celestial sphere they've built using measurements. And they're like, well, how does the stars get underneath us? You know, because they're not interpreting the data correctly. There's no stars underneath us. You're interpreting the data wrong. But that's irrelevant. What they do then is they say, well, it can't be a flat plane. It has to be a sphere. And there has to be, the stars have to be an infinite distance away or near infinite to strike the equatorial plane that, for us to get these angles to apply them. Sounds so dumb saying it out loud, but the space, the very idea of it comes from the celestial sphere model, which is based on a flat plane. And that's why XYZ coordinates will always be used, because that's what the celestial sphere model utilizes.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say, with a slight lump in my throat, because it's refracted curvature, aka John's last appearance on a flat Earth debate live stream for potentially quite some long time to come. So obviously share some love with him in the comment section after the fact. But with that, I'm going to say, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Promo streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Apocryphon. That they show you, somebody would show you a 2D, right, representation of 2 dimensions on a piece of paper, a computer screen, and then tell you that, well, obviously we need another dimension, so there must be a 4th dimension because we're looking at a 2-dimensional computer screen, but we know that reality is 3 dimensions. So
right.
Yep. They're saying, well, look, 2 dimensions on the screen, but we know that we're missing one, so there must be a 4th dimension. It's like they skipped number 3 and go right to 4.
Right. Yeah, and it's weird because like everything about it, bro, like every aspect of reality is only creating the XYZ, and in every position, like imagine like infinite amount of like dots in your peripheral in a or in a 360 degree, right? With 180 degrees looking one way to the back, like every way you look at it, you can plot those positions in your personal perspective of where you stand. And all that's reality. That is literally reality for everybody.
Yeah, in
The
a
only
moment, yeah. I mean, in a moment
right,
it is, right? So like you got 2 points. Like what time? I think we went over this yesterday. What time is it, right? You have an elevation angle utilizing a flat Earth to the position, relative to your latitude of the sun, right? So that's the position of the sun. 2 points, you, and then the sun, and that's time.
right, right. It's just weird that it's weird how Globers try to defend a position to where space exists without its actual position. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Well, while
Like,
you're on the
how do
mic,
they?
Apocryphon, thank you so much. So I don't know if John realised what you did in the chat. You gave us a couple of $100 to share between us, specifically you and I, John, which is really sweet. Thank you so much for doing that.
No, for sure. Thank you for letting me do that. It's been long awaiting, Nathan. I've been listening to you. Matter of fact, I'll say it again. You are the reason why I even joined Discord to begin with back in 2018, because your show directed me to Discord. And I was directed to you through the YouTube algorithm because I watched a Eric Dubay video.
Yeah, but the way you did
It's
it's
been a
John's
long
last
time
day,
waiting.
and you've done it in a way that I'm sharing the love of YouTube with him, if that makes sense. So I don't know if Refracted Curvature realised that you'd done that. So I'm saying this so you can say a thank you to him, because I'm going to be sending you $100, John. So obviously it's not coming from me directly, but Apocryphon's on the mic now if you just want to say him a quick thank you, because I'll sort that out afterwards.
Thank you. I feel. Thank you.
No doubt, John. Hey, John, listen. I've been listening to this show for a long time, and I will say this, man. Like, you got some gems. Like, you drop knowledge. You got some wisdom, and I appreciate you. That's why I did that, by the way, because not only is it because I felt motivated because it's your last day for now, for the meantime, right? We're gonna see you again eventually, but
Jesus,
also
hard, man.
donating to Nathan. Also donating to Nathan Oakley in general, like it's been a long time coming. I'm just saying.
I think I'm gonna make today my last day too. Today is my last day.
You're funny, man. You're funny.
Love you, Neil.
Anyway, bearing in mind we are still in politics Discord, so thank you for indulging us in that, guys. Obviously, you are perhaps completely unfamiliar with the fact that a long-standing panel member is about to depart onto greener pastures. So thank you for indulging us in that.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
I don't know. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you. That's about it.
No, don't worry about it. Hey, look.
Wait, you said, hold on, they just figured that out? I heard it when you first said it, that he gave you a $100 and he gave John a $100.
Yeah. Point.
Yeah, I did. Because he's leaving, you know, and I felt like you know, hey, it's been a long time coming for me to donate to Nathan. Because guess what? I've anonymously, is that the word? Anonymously, I've donated to a lot of platforms anonymously, and I've given money because I do support the quest, if you will, of truth and trying to just keep people going. And they don't even know I'm donating, by the way. They don't even know I'm giving them money. But I feel like, at this point though, like, because I don't know, maybe it's just sentimental because John, you said like it's your last day for now because you got some other things going on. Like I just felt like, hey, well, guess what? I'm donating to Nathan. I just wanted to hit both of y'all at the same time. Does that make sense?
I thought it was really sweet because it means that I can then pass the money on to John. It means that there's something sweet that's happened that keeps me in communication with John and me leaving him. It's kind of like a tip. It just that cheapens it a little bit by calling it a tip. But it's like it's $100. So it's like your last day and like you walk away going, someone's just handed me $100. I can't quite believe that's happened. And I'm sure that's how John's feeling right now. And I know that because I've had it happen to me a couple of times where you're not expecting anybody to give you anything. And then suddenly you've got some cash in your hand that you weren't expecting. You're like, what? Why am I deserving of being given?
John all choked up. Can't you notice? He's not speaking.
I love it. That's why I said it was really sweet of him. Apocryphon, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
That's the way to get him to shut up. Give him money.
It's sad, man.
It's not the money.
Like
it's not going to make him a millionaire, and it's not that. It's the sentiment of the fact. $100 is enough to make it a token that has a note. It has a noteworthy amount. It's not going to change anybody's political life, is it? It's $100, but it's still a significant amount of money that makes the gesture have a lot of meaning. Like someone's just put a fistful of dollars in your hand. You're like, wow, thank you so much. I'm really loved. It's like when you get given the flowers at the end of the performance for an actor.
Right.
Oh wow, you really do love me.
Exactly.
You don't even know how much it means to me because I was getting ready to go live in my car for 2 weeks. And
wow.
Yeah, you're going a long way, aren't you? You're going to live somewhere else away from the family as well. It's going to be crappy.
What the fuck, man?
Wow. Well, thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Anyway, like I say, thank you to the politics server for letting us indulge in this sweet moment. But Brian's here now, so he'll probably ruin that completely.
Here we go.
We're just saying a few farewells to John as it's his last day on a stream, Brian. So I was saying, Brian's here now. He'll ruin that moment, won't he?
Here's my favorite, Brian. Hi, Brian.
Hey, everyone. I'm far from your favorite, Neil.
Everyone here is my favorite.
What did I
guys.
say? Hold on. Brian's saying that means he has heard something.
I'm your favorite when I'm around. When I'm not around, I'm not your favorite.
Yeah, you backstabbing bitch.
What did I say? Hold on. I must have said something on one of the shows that Brian heard it.
You have a tendency to agree with everyone.
Come clean. What did I say? Because
you agree with everybody.
He's calling you
If
a
I
sycophant.
disagree with something, I disagreed with you there too. I've done it a few times. Until you further explain, then I usually agree with you.
Don't worry about it. Forget about it.
Well, from my perspective, Neil has been annoyingly defending Brian at times that I thought he was wrong. So you got to watch your perspective because it's not absolute. I know that's not all that's happened. I'm just telling you that's my.
Yeah, Neil, get your tongue out of Brian's ice cream.
Obviously, I'm not in there no more. I got to go listen to shows. He won't just tell me, I heard you say this here, which I would if I heard it. But, yeah, now you're not my favorite. Take a walk, Irishman.
Brian's got a lot on his plate. He's released several videos. So he's got, obviously, 3 squillion thousand video comments to deal with, right, Brian?
Yeah, I had probably about 1,000 comments in the past week that I haven't responded to. So, and that's not including the ones I did respond to.
Is that
So
the actual
I don't know
number?
how many there is.
Is that about the actual number?
That I haven't responded to, yeah. There's a lot more than 1,000, though, I'd say.
So you've actually got more comments than that's about the number I get. So you've actually got more comments than me. Obviously, I'm not bragging, but I'm saying I've got a bigger channel. You'd expect me to have more comments, but you're inciting more comments than I am currently. That's nuts.
Yeah, if you look at the videos, like my comments, like
I have.
The comments match the views, if you know what I mean. So if I got 500 views, I normally get about. I can often get maybe not every time, but I can often get 400 or 500 comments. So that kind of way.
It's nuts. I look through. I don't know. It's a bit overwhelming because you get in there. You've seen me get stuck into some of your comments, right? But after a while, it's not only because I've got my own comments, but it is just overwhelming because you scroll through and you're like, where'd you begin? And you're laughing at all of it, going, man, I could literally lose an entire day in your comment section if I chose to, easily.
Because Brian gets under their skin.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Well, what happens is what they want to do is flood my comments section with a heap of negative comments to stop flat earthers being in there and to stop then ordinary people coming along who might only see a few replies from me and hardly any flat earther comments. But the flat earthers still go in there. There's a load of people that always on every video comment. They make a point of commenting on every video and they'll argue with the borders. And they have it hard because they're in there with God knows how many borders and how many comments. So the whole point of it is to push people away from anything my video was saying.
Yeah, the only time
If you
I've ever seen
understand.
that previously.
Also, it's a tactic.
Well, it is a tactic. I've seen it previously, though, in a specific scenario, and it's the Black Swan pre-Black Swan. What I mean by that is, before the Black Swan turned into a modus tollens argument, there were certain videos that people had released with what we now call a Black Swan, and you'd look at the comments, and it would be absolutely infested, and the comment to view ratio was really off, and there's an exorbitant amount of comments, and you're like, it's almost telling when you see that happen. Why is the reaction so overwhelming for this particular point? And you do that all the time. I mean, for that particular videographer, I could pick several examples with black swans in them, and I only know this because I went back after the fact and looked, and every time you're like, wow, look how many comments there are calling the guy a retard. But for you, it's every other video rather than just like one black swan that videographer's presented, and then the next video they gets 12 views, right? For you, it's like every video you produce, you've got 500 comments on it.
Yeah, I have the same commenters, and obviously there's a lot of commenters who come and go, and new commenters and that, but there's a lot of people who are the same, and they're just saying the same thing on every video. You're wrong. That's all I get. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And no real rebuttal to anything. If you know what I mean. The only rebuttals you might get is a straw man at best. But they don't really rebut it because I'm pointing out stuff that can't really be argued with.
Yeah,
so all they can do is, just say you're wrong about everything, or a straw man argument, or both at the same time.
Well, I had it today. It's not wrong. I got called a liar. So someone came along and was pointing out angles off a curve versus angles off a flat baseline and saying that they both work the same. And both John and I piped up and were like, you can't get angles off a curve. Now, obviously, 10 repetitions later, the guy's still not conceding it, but in the process, he's like, you're a liar for saying that you need a flat earth for this to be an angle. Like, that makes me a liar to say an angle isn't an angle unless it's got a straight line attached to it.
It's easy to get angles off a curve.
Sorry.
It's trivial to get angles off of a curve. Trivial.
Why would you want to?
Like I said, it's trivial. It's eighth grade
we heard the
geometry.
first time, and then you got a response, and now it's in exactly the same style you did last time. Why would you want to get angles from curves? Why are angles needed?
Are you conceding? Are you conceding? Are you conceding? Is that a concession?
Asking what is conceding? Me asking you why you'd want to do that? That's not me conceding, Jack. It's me asking you a question.
You changing. That's changing the topic.
Sorry, you want to take some perceived crap victory from that, do you? Yeah, you definitely won that, Brenda. Go and tell everyone. Trim it out as a victory for the globe. No, love. No. What I did was ask you a question. I'll repeat it for a third time. Are you chanting through me, Zealot? Why would you want to get angles at all? Why angles? What's the purpose here?
To get an angle of altitude.
Why?
I just told you to get an angle of altitude.
Yeah, why?
Right? You get altitude and azimuth, right, to locate a star.
Oh, these are flat Earth prerequisites, both of them.
No, they're not. They're from a curve.
They're angles.
You just admitted they're from a curve.
I did not admit that. What a liar. I am done immediately with this conversation. No, those words did not cross my lips. I got quite objectionable when I pointed out that I'd asked you a question in response, and I'm undoubtedly about to get interrupted by a zealot, aren't I, as I point out that I hadn't conceded Jack. I asked her, why would you be using angles? She heard, victory for Brenda! You're an idiot, and delusional, and hearing things. No, I didn't concede that you can get an angle off a bleeding curve. You can't. I asked why you'd be wanting to get angles off curves. Yeah? And the answer is because you're going to be using it with flat Earth prerequisite. Altitude and azimuth? Yeah, that's a flat Earth prerequisite right there. That's why you'll be apologising for getting angles from surfaces that won't give you them. Because you need them. Yeah, like you needed sea level. You'll need to be utilising angles with straight lines. So apologising for how you can definitely get those from curves. Yeah, ain't going to work. Why would we be getting angles? Because that's how the prerequisite system of azimuth and altitude work. Flat.
Brenda, thank God you're here. I was feeling so uncomfortable, but you have made everything better.
Are you still lying about your credentials, John?
Can we get rid of her? It's literally the very textbook definition of an ad hominem attack. No acknowledgement of what I've just put to her in terms of azimuth and altitude being a flat Earth prerequisite. Now we're on to attacking a panel member's credentials. Literally the definition of an ad hominem attack.
Exactly. Get rid of her. Was it bother her because there's such a love in this community that John was giving money because his last day? It's really bothering them.
No, it's projection. It's trying to goad us into triggering the censors of YouTube by talking about a certain particular lie that she tells herself.
We would never be in... we're now on the front foot, right? We would have never been on the back foot because, remember, we kind of began on the front foot, some of us, or at least got there, and all they did was distract us for 7, 8, 9 years by roping us into conversations that were actually meaningless beyond the second communication. Like this is Brenda's maybe 1,000th communication that has been meaningless since communication 1. That's a problem within us that we need to fix if we want to progress.
What do you mean?
How can I put this? Okay. You walk up to a child and you say, "Oh no, that's what is it? That's a cliff. Stop walking." And then you spend 5 years trying to convince the child that there's a cliff in front of them. At what point are you going to drive off and go, well, someone else's son? I'm going to jump. Or no, there is no ravine. Look, I'm going to jump. See? Never jump, never do anything, but stand there and go, you're wrong.
White men cannot jump. Oh, what can we do by people? They cannot jump. Oh.
What's that, Johnny?
I didn't. Yeah, I couldn't quite decide.
Yeah.
Hold on, everyone, shush. One more time, Johnny. I didn't quite make out what you said.
I say white men cannot jump. So we are
White
in
men
problem.
can't jump. Is he drunk?
He said white
What are
men
you babbling
cannot
about?
jump. I could jump.
What is he babbling about?
It was a joke. Okay.
Eli, I have no idea what his response meant. Do you have anything you want to
It's a
round that
joke,
out with?
Nathan, based off of the movie years ago.
I know the
with Woody
movie.
Harrelson.
Joke.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with what I was saying. It's just like, it's a joke.
Yes.
No, you said jump off a cliff. So he said white men cannot jump. It was a joke.
Okay, now I see it. Thank you, Johnny.
I was going to say, how does that argument break down with them saying I'm lying about my credentials? Will that get an angle from a curve?
No.
Adjacent?
Negative.
Okay. What the hell does it matter what my credentials are to her?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I think my employer's got what it matters to.
Number one, it's a straight up ad hoc.
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. Like, what point does your credentials matter? What point do all the questions that they've asked us all these years about claims that we didn't make have to do with anything? Absolutely nothing.
Right.
But here we are.
To put it another way, Eli, what did the last 10 years of debate have to do with measuring Earth flat? Right?
Yes. Absolutely nothing. So it's,
Yeah, but that was our
I'm just
fault,
saying
Eli.
that's what I said.
No, it wasn't. We're victims here, Neil. Shush.
No, but Neil, that my point is, not moving forward and having done this with them for X amount of years is more of, a reflection of our failure, in my opinion. We could do better. Clearly we can, because we're on the front foot now. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with you because they were telling us for years that Earth is flat. We just weren't hearing it. So you're right.
I would rather Brenda be calling me a liar and everything else that comes with it than do what happened just like 20 minutes ago again, because that was. I deserve that though.
Hold on, you're saying
how
she
I did
struck a nerve?
John.
Hold on. How did that happen? How did she strike a nerve with that?
Well, I'm driving down there. I haven't worked steady in like 3.5 years. It's not like I got a lot of money to spend on that. And like, it was something I was worried about, and I wasn't going to ask for anything,
I wish you had said something, man.
No, it ain't like the trouble John's in. John's got some heavy burdens. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, it's funny how stuff works out. I mean, but I give John so much shit the other day about that. I probably deserve to be humbled a bit.
Hey, brother,
You know what?
if you want me to send more, just let me know, bro.
Just as an insider aside, for Neil only. Are you there, Neil? I guess Neil stepped away.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. He's in a bad zone. He just completely neoed out, like when he got unplugged. Yeah, he's probably gonna have to drop and rejoin.
It was a straight up ad hom. And
yeah, but vibration between the panel members, the mentor on the panel. So I hope I will not be taken out to talk about vibration again.
I only got about 10%.
Can't really hear Johnny. Can't
It's
really
a
hear
joke
him, to be
again.
honest.
But you have to think about it. Don't be so hesitate to take people away. Just saying one word, like a vibration. Vibration is you have vibration for everything that's around you. It's kind of a vibration. And your thoughts between you and somebody else, you have some vibration there also. So, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. On a slightly different note,
Nathan?
Yes.
Oh, I was just going to change the subject. It's okay if you have
No, you feel free. Well, I was too. I was going to talk about Clarkson's farm and a guy on it called Gerald. But you carry on.
All right. Yeah. Did you watch the video I made about the eclipse, the solar eclipse?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Is that a yes or a no?
I think I did, yes.
Okay, what was it about?
You having me on? You've just told me what it's about. It's about the eclipse.
Yeah, but what points were made in it?
You're asking me to summarise a 35-minute video?
So, okay. So you put it on in the background, but you didn't watch it. That's
No, I
probably what
watch all of
happened,
your videos. I don't sit... Quite the contrary with your videos, actually, Brian. Yours aren't the kind of videos you stick on in the background and have a shower to. No, I sit and watch your videos. I'll actually dedicate half an hour to them.
Okay.
That's why there's so many
point...
comments. Maybe... Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I'll give you what you were angling for. Maybe I'm not paying 100% attention when I watch the first 5 minutes and then get stuck into the comments while the video continues playing, which is what you're angling for, isn't it, Brian?
Well, you weren't able to tell me what was in the video. So that tells me that the video was on, but you weren't paying attention.
I feel like I was paying attention. Anyway, let's just brush past this. You got what you wanted. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the point in the video I was making, right, this is just a change of subject, was that they have to claim, right, mathematically, they have more or less almost exactly parallel light rays from the sun, right? That's what they have to claim for their globe, for all the shadows. They need to claim that light is coming in parallel from their sun, and that's how they explain the shadows that we see in reality on a globe. But it doesn't work because we know that that's only an Eratosthenes claim where they take it away from the elevation angle using the shadow and the horizontal baseline. He had to start talking about a very big and faraway sun, right? That was the whole game. But unfortunately, when it comes to the solar eclipse, causes them problems. Well, major problems, because what happens is that means that the shadow on the surface of their globe can only be exactly the same size as whatever they're claiming the moon is, right? I think it's 1,000 miles in diameter or whatever they claim it to be, right? But the problems they have are that in 2017, there was a 70-mile wide shadow, and in 2024, there was a 115-mile wide shadow. Now, if you have parallel light rays, you can't have, as they need to try and come up with a number and penumbra, you can't have those things because they require divergent light for a penumbra. You can't have that. So they can't claim a penumbra for a start. Never mind their umbra to get smaller. They can't claim that. That's another impossibility. But they can't claim a penumbra, which they need to claim along with the umbra, because that requires parallel or divergent light. You can't have a penumbra with parallel light. The other problem they have is you can't have the moon in their paradigm, right, shadow, being two different sizes at two different eclipses. The only way that could happen is with divergent light and the moon being at different distances from a flat plane, Earth, and obviously the shadow will be bigger than the object, right? But the shadow size will be determined by how close or far away it is from the surface of Earth. But within what they're claiming, it means that the shadow must be exactly 1,000 miles wide every time. It can't not be, because they're claiming parallel light. So they can't claim penumbra because that requires divergent light. They're claiming parallel light, so they can't claim penumbra. It has to be just one size at all times. And it's a different size with each eclipse, depending on where the moon is in relation to the surface of Earth at every solar eclipse.
Okay, can you say all that again in Spanish?
Did you take any of that in?
I tried to. I listened to every word of it.
Can I try to? Oh, you're testing Nathan. Never mind.
He's asking if I fully comprehended what he's just gone through. And yes, I did watch the video. And no, I obviously don't fully comprehend it.
It's very simple. If you have parallel light rays, right, coming down onto, let's just say your table, and you have what would be something, just a circle or something, getting in the way of those parallel light rays, then the shadow that's created will be exactly the same size as the thing that you're blocking the light rays with. It can't be smaller, it can't be bigger. It must be exactly that size. Now, they're claiming a moon that's about 1,000 miles in diameter, or 2,000, or whatever it is, in diameter, right? Yet we're seeing shadows in 2017 that are 70 miles wide, and in 2024 there's 115 or 120 miles wide. And they're also claiming a penumbra. But they can't claim a penumbra because you can't have one of those without divergent light, number one. Now, they're not claiming that their light is not divergent. They're just saying when it hits their globe, it's still almost exactly parallel within, I think, 0.5 degrees or something like that. But mathematically, it's more or less shown to be parallel. Now, that means that if something is blocking that parallel light, that means the shadow can only be the exact same size as the object. But in 2017, we had a 70 mile wide shadow, and in 2024, we had a 115 mile wide shadow. Now, that can't happen under their circumstances. Not only is the shadow way too small, but it can't be two different sizes. You understand?
Isn't it a description of
okay, I understand, Brian. Listen now. Okay, we understand that the shadow cannot be smaller, meeting the surface. But in the same time, you also have to answer the question: does the moon have their own light source?
But no, that's no, Johnny.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Please let me.
You're after missing the point.
On the sun and the on light, and therefore we are reflecting from one time to all the speakers. Sometimes
I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm not trying to rumpus you, but literally, we can only really understand about 10% of what you're saying. It literally sounds like gobbledygook. You're on a particularly bad line today, and no offense, you're not the easiest to understand at the best of times. But literally, it's almost indecipherable what you're saying.
Okay, on Bluetooth again. I understand. But if you really can understand, Brian, that I'm talking about the own light source.
That has nothing to do with the point, Tony.
It can be both. And the shadow to the surface is too small. That's just gibberish. That's nonsense. I understand that. But can you answer
But the moon's own light is not. That wasn't in my video. I don't even claim that the moon is getting in the way of the sun. I'm just saying that's the heliocentric claim. The moon's own light is, and how it's being lit has nothing to do with my video, nothing to do with what I said. You're bringing that in. You're just saying, yeah, the shadow. Anyway, this other thing that I want to talk about that no one can even understand you, John.
Okay, I have to go down to my computer. It's absolutely nonsense. So I will go on mute now.
Okay. It would help. Thank you. I'm not wrong, am I?
Brian, I like your videos. They're kind of like in Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. There's like a bit where a guy, they're like full course meals with extra, right? Where I almost explode. There's so much information. But is there an example of this? Can we even create a scenario where there's nearly parallel light rays, and then having a parallel light? I should say. I hate to use light rays because they're kind of reification. Can we recreate this in any way?
No, that's another thing. You see, you can't, because all light is divergent. Because even they have to claim the light is divergent. They're just saying that because their sun is so big that by the time the light hits the globe Earth, it's still almost parallel, based off of the size of the globe and in comparison to the sun and the distance. This is their nonsense claim. So it can never be even. You can never even test it, because light will just diverge immediately.
Let's just cover a couple of things. Right. Number one, almost parallel is a stupid term. Right. You can't be a little bit pregnant. You can't be a married bachelor. You can't be almost parallel. Right. Parallel is an emphatic statement. You either are parallel, that's 2 lines, or you're not. Right? So lines that aren't parallel are not parallel. There's no almost parallel. So it's not parallel then. Yeah. That's first thing. The second thing is you've got to separate out 2 parts of their claim when they're talking about parallel light, because it's an apology for moving the light to the equatorial plane so that the angles will work with respect to a plane. So they justify it by saying, well, the light's coming in almost parallel. Well, that isn't actually true, because when they move it to the equatorial plane, it's then under the domain of the celestial sphere model, which has an infinite distance to the parallel plane of sky and ground when describing it as an equatorial celestial hemisphere based on your view of the stars, like a perspective view through a protractor. So there's a convolution when they say almost parallel. It's got 2 purposes. One, to convolute the idea that you can use the celestial sphere within a heliocentric paradigm with set distances. You can't. They're set as infinite distances. And the second is, your light can't be almost parallel. It's absurd. And like I say, it's a needs must, because they've got 2 different things going on. Set distances by Copernicus, Kepler and Huygens, and infinite distances because of the actual angle measurements conceptually put into a hemispherical model when you measure a flat sky and a flat ground.
Well, there's something else too. How are you going to determine the positions? Like that, how will you know that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun? You're just going to assert it blindly, or do you have some measurement to give you that idea?
Yeah, you'll need angles for that, and azimuth, which will require a flat plane. But the whole point of this is to. I'm sharing my screen now. You should be able to see it, Nathan. I hope.
I can. Good diagram.
Yeah, the whole point of this is the diameter of this moon. Here we have the amount of the globe Earth it would be blocking underneath, right? The problem is that this means that because of the light being, as they say, almost parallel, but right, basically for mathematically they have to make it parallel as much as possible, right? Because they need to bring that angle to the center of the globe, right? Now there's other problems with that I won't go into now because I'll convolute this.
Just pause for a second. Just pause for a second. So I'm going to bring up QE's diagram at this point just because it's a good point to interject it with. So this is the total eclipse diagram with the converging light description. I'll put that up to compare and contrast because you're going to go to that in a minute anyway. So that's on screen. I'll just go back to yours now. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, the point is that see this point between here. I'm just going to show the label B and label C. So you'll B here and C. I'll just make them. I'll increase them in size. I have a problem. Sorry, 1 second now. Just make this a bit bigger. Right. So I'm going to increase these 2 points in size so everyone can see them. Right. Between B and C here, that is the amount that this moon, it would parallel light, that's the size, the width of the shadow. That's the diameter of the shadow can be with parallel light rays. Now, if you make this moon, right, you take this full height of this moon, let's just say, and you bring it up tenfold. So it goes 10 times further away from this globe Earth surface than it is, then it still will make that exact, with parallel light rays, it still will make a shadow of that exact size. So you bring it closer or further away from that surface, because you're claiming parallel light rays, right? The shadow has to be exactly the same size.
Okay.
No matter how far away or how close it
I
is.
just need to ask something. Are you pointing this out because one of the rebuttals you've got is that, oh, well, if it was further away at this particular time of year or something, is that why you're pointing this out?
No, I'm pointing it out because in reality, in 2017, the shadow was 70 miles wide, and in 2024, it was 115 miles wide. Within what they're claiming, that's impossible. If they're claiming their moon has a diameter of, I can't remember if it's 1 or 2, let's say it's 1,000 miles, I don't know, I can't remember, let's say it's 2,000, right? Let's say
it's 2160.
2160, is it? Thank you.
2160.
Thank you. So let's just say the diameter of the moon then is 2160 wide, right? No matter how far away from the surface of their globe or how close it is to it, that shadow that it's creating, if they're claiming parallel light, must be exactly that width. It can't be more, it can't be less. Whereas we have 2 examples just in the past 7-8 years of there being 2 different shadows that were way smaller than what that would be, and they were both different sizes. So that cannot happen within their claim, within the claims of their paradigm. Impossible for it to happen. And they can't even claim, and why I brought up penumbra, is penumbra requires divergent light. You can't have a penumbra without diverging light. Whereas they're claiming parallel light, even though they're not claiming it, the light from their sun is parallel. They're claiming when it hits the globe, it's still almost parallel. But the point is that this is the outcome of what parallel light would be. You understand, Nathan?
Yeah. I think so.
It means that what do they always do? Right? What is one of their, besides the sunset with a geometric globe's edge horizon, right? There's not an horizon. Besides that, what's the other thing they're always bringing up? Well, Danny Faulkner. What does he constantly bring up?
Faulkner yesterday.
Eclipse.
Yeah. But there's a solar eclipse. That's what would happen. That's what would happen on a globe. That is not what we observe in reality. Within their claims, that's what happens. It would have to be the same size shadow all the time, every time, no matter what position the moon is in relation to the surface of their globe. It would have to be the same exact shadow width at all times.
As a matter of fact, Brian, that's exactly what he did. He went to the eclipse the other day.
Yeah, because they think they have something with an eclipse, no, but they don't have anything. I mean, I have other rebuttals to it, but this is just a problem. Not only is the shadows we see different sizes, they're also way, way too small for what they're claiming. And for their get around of that, for starters, ridiculous. But they also require divergent light, and not divergent light from 93 million miles away, from a local source for their penumbra. It can't, it requires divergent light. So,
yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, look, I'll unshare the screen. You don't seem enthused by it, Nathan, but
no, I'm pressing
maybe
buttons. After your last statement, I put QE's diagram up to show umbra and penumbra with the converging and diverging result of the shadow with a small scale sun, moon, and Earth in a heliocentric orbital motion to back your point. So it's not that I'm unenthused. I'm just pressing a few buttons. That's all.
He's pushing buttons because he's unenthused. That just
No. If John brought it, forget it. You got high praise.
It does get high praise. What are you talking about?
Still,
Okay, do you want me to bring it to something else? All right, give me a minute and I'll change the subject to elevation.
No, Brian, because I was going to ask you a question about it. I'm fighting with kids and they're winning, and but are you talking like this is strictly within their paradigm of what they're claiming about light rays, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm still trying to take it all in. I don't know if I've fully grasped what you're saying.
Yeah, it's because you've been distracted because I've had to bite my tongue. You know, I'm sure I dropped it in at one point with azimuth and altitude. But yeah, it's flat. No, you did, Brian. Well done. You stopped me from having to annoy you by interjection by dropping it in yourself, did you not?
John brought it up, and John edged, let's say, edged towards it, and I just added in what I knew he was looking to say.
Yeah,
or what he was
I
looking for
thought that
someone
was the
to say.
case. I thought it was me that interjected with it. But yeah, you dropped in the flat Earth prerequisites. You kept us at bay. You know, you're, I don't want to say pandering, but, you know, you're keeping us happy, aren't you? John and I, in this example. It's not because it's my favourite. It's just because every opportunity when you are working within their paradigm to answer the question John just put to you, yeah, you've got to kind of keep us from saying you need a flat Earth from that, you need a flat Earth for that, you need, you know, but you're dropping it in periodically.
Yeah. I'm dropping it in because John was edging towards it, so I dropped it in for that reason or whatever. But John was.
I did not
say
anything about a flat Earth, Brian. I just said, how are you going to get the positional data to assert that one's obstructing the other?
Why are you so?
You need a flat Earth for that.
See how he perked up for that, Brian?
Oh, shut up,
well, now I'm going to show something else.
Neil takes a nice moment like that and turns it into something dirty, doesn't he?
I told John I'm going to give him a hard time all day today. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Nathan, you said you watched my videos recently, yeah? You watched my, the last video I did, huh? Did you watch that? The one, the last one where I went through the right angle triangle thing with the borders?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just looking at my history because you're going to grill me if I haven't. So I better be absolutely certain I have rather than just vaguely saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, you did because I was trying to. Would you believe I can't actually remember what was in my video now? That's what happens.
That's not good, Brian.
I'm after going through so many things today. Yeah. Sorry?
No, he said that's not good, Brian. I'm like, no, I get like that. I'll forget tomorrow what happened today, Neil. So he's done a lot of videos recently, Brian, that is.
Well, I've been going through other stuff this morning. I spent hours going through other stuff, different topics this morning. And because of that, that's what's in my head. And I'm trying to remember, what was the point of me showing this triangle here? But one thing I do remember from the video, I can't remember what the video is exactly about. But one thing I do remember from the video is the point I made, and this is all the borders keep this, like, I heard you the other day talking to this guy, Steve, and I swear to God, I nearly pulled my hair out. Now, I won't go into the dip correction, right, which would have ended them immediately. But there's something I need to point out to you, right? An elevation.
Yes, Brian, I'm happy to talk with you about it. Now I am on the computer and everything is fine.
Just give me a minute.
Hold on 1 second, Johnny.
Different subject.
I really
an elevation angle. Nathan, is an elevation angle a vertical angular measurement?
Is an elevation angle, that would be to say you're measuring something that is in the vertical, a vertical angle measurement. Yeah, I'm going to go with yeah.
Angular measurement, right?
Yeah, it's an angular measurement.
So, yeah, and that's a vertical. So a vertical then will meet a horizontal line, yes?
Yeah, the 90.
Right. And the line connecting those two will be a hypotenuse.
Yeah.
Right. So for every bowler who wants to talk about how it's not a right angle triangle, then they must deny that you're making a vertical angular measurement with an elevation angle.
Yeah, I'm totally down with this. It's like, it's so absurd to question A, whether or not it's a triangle, or B, whether or not it's got something to do with the ground, when it's elevation. You elongated the word for the same reasons I'm now stressing it. It's like, what elevation? What is elevation? Your height above the ground? That's what you're talking about. It's like, how can you detach this from being A, a triangle, or B, on the ground? It just seems so stupid. But they do.
Well, he denied a right angle triangle was a. He denied that a right angle was a triangle. You're talking about Steve Bauman the other day, right?
Oh, all of them. All of them. The baseline's curving for them, Neil.
No, he did not. Remember, Eratosthenes, he said it was.
Yeah, he was caught between a rock and a hard place at the end. But yeah, Brian, you're right. Initially, what he wants to do is curve the baseline. Because the baseline can't be the ground, I should say, rather.
But that's why the question is so specific. Right, when you ask somebody, right, is an elevation angle a vertical angular measurement, right? When you say that to someone, ask them that. It's very specific. And they can't say it's not, because if they're saying it's not, then it's not an elevation angle. Because the whole point of an elevation angle is you're measuring a straight vertical, a length of an angular measurement of a straight vertical. Now, a vertical will always create a horizontal at every at 90. It's all like when you have a vertical, you have a horizontal. You can't have one without the other, right? So that's two lines. That's two lines. That's enough. A 90 degrees. So that's a horizontal and a vertical. That's an adjacent and an opposite. And the line between them is a hypotenuse. That's a right angle triangle.
Well, you know, the funny thing about this right angle triangle that they deny when they talk to us, that angle at the top there, that's the one that they use for their celestial claims. How are they getting it without that right angle triangle, Brian?
You see, this is the problem, John. They want there to be a 90 degrees underneath the celestial body and a 90 degrees at the observer at two tangents. But in between those two tangents are like tangents. That straight line, like that means that this blue line here is two separate tangents at two different points on the surface, touching the surface of a sphere or a circle.
Or to put it another way, it's not the ground. Yeah,
not the ground.
Yeah, it is the ground. But yeah, it's one line. It's straight. It's flat. It's the ground. You just don't like it. You want it to be something else that it isn't.
Steve didn't like it because it wasn't the globe ground, and he even admitted later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nonsense. But it's very simple. If they deny that it's a vertical angular measurement, then there's nowhere to go after that for them. They can't deny it because that's the whole point of it. Elevation angle.
Gotcha.
That's what you're measuring. Yeah,
gotcha.
So as soon as they accept that it's a vertical angular measurement, because that's what it is, instantly it becomes a right angle triangle. Instantly.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
The reason that was in my video that you watched, that I can't remember. You used something against that guy, Steve, that was from my video. I can't remember what it is.
Well, before we get into that, can I just have refracted curvature reiterate what you've said so I can have it in words that I really appreciate?
Go on.
Just joking.
Good luck with that, man. I've been lost. I've been chasing kids and stuff. I'm still
If you're asking a baller if they're acquiring a vertical angle measurement to tie them into the necessity for a right angle triangle.
Vertical angular measurement.
Vertical angular
measurement. Angular. It's a specific, very specific.
Indeedy. Cool.
Because I had that in my video. I emphasized it. Vertical. I even said, listen, ballers. Vertical angular measurement. There's nowhere to go after that. They can't deny it that that's what an elevation angle is, and that means that the vertical part is the opposite. That's the zenith from the GP of the celestial body to the celestial body. That's the vertical. It's not just at the horizon, because then you're not measuring from the surface of Earth to the
that goes without saying.
celestial.
That goes without saying because nothing you've described thus far, or even in this diagram, has a horizon referenced. There isn't one. It's just the GP. There is no horizon. In other words, you're not describing anything about the process. You're not describing leveling the tool. You're not describing dip. You're just describing what the triangle is. A vertical angular measurement.
Yeah, and after that, I can take them out with dip easy, But the point is that once they do that, once they accept the word vertical, angular, and the word angular and the word measurement, that's it. That's a right angle triangle immediately, because they've just accepted this yellow line here, this or gold, whatever it is. They just accepted that exists. Yet they're trying to deny that part of an elevation angle. That's what you're measuring.
Has anyone ever measured a non-horizontal sphere of reference?
No.
Because it deals with Earth?
No.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
No, we measure Earth flat. Anyway, we're still in the politics server, and we've been chatting amongst ourselves in the G Plus panel for about the last half an hour. Because we're going to have to bid the farewell eventually.
You probably lost somebody out. How come nobody's doing their job?
Doing what job? We're a guest in someone else's server, and we're chatting amongst ourselves in a little corner of the party, excluding ourselves from everybody else, because we're only going to be here for maybe another half an hour at the most.
Come on, lost somebody in.
People... Sorry, mate.
Well, there's Johnny for a start.
Well, hopefully people got something out of that. That was the whole point of doing it, because we didn't really have a good topic to talk about.
Oh, I appreciated it. John appreciated it. Neil.
Yeah, so should we bring up Johnny or what?
Maybe. Unless you had something to add. Johnny's been put on server mute, so I don't know why that's happened. AI. I don't run the server, so it's not my bag.
No, I mean, do you want to talk to Johnny?
We're waiting for you.
Well, I was just going to say, when it comes to parallel light, right? The concept of the sun being far away, etc. There is claims like the sun doesn't change anything. The sun. Are you guys even connected to it?
You're just a bit
breaking
choppy.
up really bad.
We can hear you though. We're getting 90% of what you're saying, believe it or not.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still breaking up. You're roboting AI.
A little bit.
Not very clear.
Hello.
We hear you now. He's dropping and rejoining. Right, we'll have to.
Wow, this is painful.
All right, we'll have to talk amongst ourselves. He's dropped. He'll rejoin shortly, and then the conversation that starts will hopefully kick off again. Let's just check. Can you hear us, AI? Maybe not. Hey ho. Well, we'll have to continue chatting without AI. Hopefully, he'll figure it out.
So after your statement at the start of the show, Nathan, does that mean you need to change your intro now and your questions in the beginning? Seeing as if we were going to ask for any measured curvature, well, we're not defending that anymore. We're just making the statement. It's measured flat.
There was that question that came up when we started this process in January. Will the housekeeping questions become redundant? And the answer is no, but they will have less focus put upon them. So we don't ask all of them.
Yeah.
We'll only ever ask one or two.
Fair enough.
There was a reminder of what the process is.
Hello.
Ah, that's much better. AI.
Yes.
Should have
That's what I was
seductive.
mentioning. Is it, like Brian was talking about parallel light rays, right? And I was thinking to myself,
Yes, he was.
Glovers always say, the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, right?
No, it doesn't.
Right. So if all the light rays
yes,
from the
it
sun are
does. Sorry for
Yeah, it does actually.
AI. You need to get a new mic.
then how
right?
can it have an
Fix your mic. Okay. And the sun does change
angular
angular
size of
size through the day. He just.
Oh.
Can you relay my message to him, Nathan? Tell him he needs to get a new mic before he comes back on, because it's a train wreck. All right. And number two, yes, the sun does change angular size throughout the day. Chris Van Maitre showed it in 2016.
I think BLMSB 69 also showed that as well.
I showed it too, and my wife did.
So man, I've seen it.
My son actually changed his angular size between 1 and 2.
Yeah. What's the cause? What's the cause of a change?
Guess he's not taking my advice.
No. Yeah, your mic's been in the train wreck. AI, sorry.
I think he asked what the cause was.
And yours isn't much better, Elijah.
How about now?
Now that's the old QE I know. Get him, QE. My mic is working beautiful, so I'm not going to get reprimanded.
Right, okay. Because we are guests in someone else's server, and we've been here for almost 3 hours, I'm going to say a farewell to the guys in politics, and we'll move this into our own server. Unless somebody wants to make a last...
Oh, man.
If there's an man because you wanted to make a desperate last-bit attempt to ask a question, this is your opportunity.
Yeah, what's the cause of a change in angular size?
What's a cause of a change in angular size of an object? Distance.
More specific.
Distance between the objects.
Change.
I don't know if distance is a valid independent variable, is it?
Well, yeah, but how do you ascertain angular size? Do you ascertain angular size by distance or by angle?
That's not what I mean. I just
By
mean
angle.
this sounds like it's a category error. It sounds like you're trying to cause
Right,
an effect an
so-
angular
Oh,
acquisition.
No. So the cause is the different arrival angle of the light, right, at the optic, right?
Okay.
Because you the way optics form images, right? They got the focal plane, and then you've got the arrival angle, and then it inverts and creates a flipped image, right, on the sensor. And as you increase the distance, then those angles change, right? So it requires a constant change of angle, right?
That's what it
Of
would
the
be.
arrival
Literally, yes. Yes.
Right. So if you have parallel light coming in, there would be no perspective and there would be no angular size change.
Interesting point.
So if there was parallel light, an object would look the exact size it is. So if it took up your entire field of view, it would never get smaller. It would always take up your entire field of view.
That's a good point. So, Brian,
What?
Brian, are you there? Can you put your diagram back up with the moon with the parallel light running alongside it? Because your argument is to say that the amount of shadow that it produces would stay the same size regardless of how it interacts with those parallel light rays. What AI is saying is that would mean that in the most literal terms, what you would have presented to you would always be the same size. There'd be no perspective.
Eventually, the sky would be filled up with the sun, right?
Yeah, so for example, if the shadow from something casting parallel light is 70 miles wide, right, and you look up and your eyes are not 70 miles wide, then that thing should be taking up your entire field of view.
Right, or to put it another way, thank you, Brian, to have this, I know you can't see it out, but just for my audience's benefit, to have this diagram that Brian's got on screen, you cannot describe it from a first-person perspective. This is an orthographic view for obvious reasons, with the parallel light starting at the top and making its way down. But this representation, this excludes perspective, doesn't it, Brian?
Yeah, they actually have to claim perspective for this. They claim that it only looks divergent. That's what they have to actually claim perspective. That's
Sorry,
what they
the
officially
almost parallel light rays, say that again, look like they're divergent, did you say?
Yeah, that's what their actual rebuttal is to what we actually observe with the sun.
No, good point.
To be fair, yes, but to be fair, that this case that I'm explaining would only like if you're looking at it something from an oblique angle or from a side view, like if you're a sufficient distance away from it, then the parallel light traveling transverse to your your angle could have an effective perspective. But if it's coming at you, so if you're looking directly at the thing, there would be no perspective at all.
Right.
What in the world are you saying?
You're saying that the only point that it becomes parallel is the point of optical dissolution, right? What you're getting is an angle.
Doesn't it depend on the
anything.
sensor?
Say again.
That takes in the photon, like your eyes have rod and cone cells. You're saying what happens to a photon that's parallel?
It's not. It's describing an angular relationship.
I am, and it doesn't make any sense. That's why I asked you a clarifying question.
Well,
That makes perfect sense. So,
clarifying question. Can you answer that about the photon hitting your eye?
Even though it's
Cheers, man.
pretty interesting, even though it's probably pretty interesting.
Then relate it to what you've been saying.
All this stuff, the bottom line, because maybe you were late to the party, because I hate people who have arguments within arguments. When
I asked him a clarifying question. I didn't ask you to speak or try to belittle what I asked him.
So the premise being negated
Clearly you don't.
is that, or evaded, is the fact that the sun's angular size changes. Why the F are you guys running around saying that that's not the case? Why is anybody running around? Why do you go on Google and Google will tell you that? It's obviously wrong. My cat knows it's wrong.
Anyway,
if I had a better mic, you might have heard him meow.
Okay, thanks. We do live in a world with perspective, so these orthographic descriptions with parallel light rays is bunk in terms of a first-person view of the world that we actually have. But very interesting discussion. Thank you, AI, and Brian more specifically, as it was his, original. He's brought about this conversation.
So basically, basically the Globers have been telling us the Earth is flat from the beginning, and also they've been using perspective from the beginning.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. Yes.
But just to give it a little bit of.
It's much like an atheist trying to debunk Christianity about morality, where they have to borrow their views about morality from the Christianity matrix.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
They literally borrow from the other worldview to try to defend their own.
Yes, they're presuppositional kleptomaniacs.
Are you talking about how he denied, like when he said that it was a photon hitting rods and cones, and that rays therefore are conceptual only and do not exist in reality? Is that what he's stealing?
I didn't
or is
say
he
reality
stealing
or any of that.
Go ahead, Face.
Why are you inserting words in? All I said was, how do you imagine your example works with a camera sensor or a human eyeball? Because photons hit those things.
Okay,
So when you talk of shadows, what about refractive scattering? Where the photons aren't going in a straight parallel line? That's not how anything works.
Hey,
So
can I answer him just quickly?
Yeah, but
it doesn't, because it's exactly, yes, it won't work in a first-person representation of the world, because that isn't how it's being described with parallel light, and you can't have parallel light in terms of what you actually experience. So to try and describe
what does parallel light mean?
Hit a sensor on a camera, for example. No, you can't describe that within these parallel light rays descriptions.
What's a parallel?
He's saying there ain't no, like, if he's saying there it's lots of photon and therefore
I can speak for myself.
Get an answer, my friend.
So
Face, hold on a
light
second. Everyone stop a
bounces
second.
off of things.
Face,
It scatters. So there
Face.
is no parallel. What is this parallel angle? When does this occur?
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
That's the claim. That's the heliocentric claim. They have to claim.
Numbers claim light is parallel to your eyeball.
One second. They have to claim. Listen to me just a second. They have to claim almost exactly parallel light rays. Light rays do not exist.
Nobody
So
has
their
to claim.
claim
What do you?
their claim exists within something that doesn't exist. If you understand what I mean. There's no such thing as light
wait
rays.
a minute. Are you speaking about the claim that light follows a geodesic path here on Earth? Are you referring to that?
I'm not speaking about any of that. I'm speaking about what light is and what light isn't. There's no such thing as light rays. They have to claim parallel, almost exactly parallel light rays. Light rays do not exist.
Nobody
They're purely
claims that.
mathematical.
Yeah, but nobody claims that in science. I would love for you to post the academic claiming a thing you're claiming.
We just need two people, right? Like, stop. Everyone stop. Stop. Hello? Hello? That means stop. No, we're just going to have Face and whoever from the panel. Just Face from Discord, if you don't mind, so it's not audio chaos.
It doesn't matter what what's been said in science. The heliocentric paradigm is claiming almost exactly parallel light rays. That's what they're claiming.
No. So it's far more complex than that. So with gravity,
it's not more
what
complex.
they claim
Brian,
is...
stop. Brian.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think they showed that.
Brian, you're creating... I'm having to control you. You've got to yield. Brian, you must yield.
I will yield without being shouted at.
Okay, so the most damning claim is that light follows a geodesic, which is that you get down to the surface of Earth, and what a straight path of light is actually not straight. It contours to the Earth's surface. That's the damning thing that globers do if you're targeting something. What is that based on, though, is the idea that when mass bodies start to form and they get massive and you have a gravity, you have a dip. Like a theoretical, you have a how can you say, a model-like dip with how everything occurs. Then it's like that mass exists, this Earth, right? Wherever that is on a graph, you draw like a dip right there, and then light contours to the curved space-time. That is where the object has impressed.
You're talking about general relativity.
But you see, I said it's way more complicated than you just saying in this parallel line. There's no such thing as this parallel thing that you were saying. It's what I just said. It just follows the gravity contours.
That is the heliocentric claim.
Yeah. Yes, it is. That light follows gravity contours.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain why it is the heliocentric
I obviously
claim.
know it.
Sorry?
Sure.
Yeah. The reason that they must claim almost exactly parallel light rays is to explain the shadows we see in reality on a globe of radius 3,959 statute miles. That's where the claim came from. It comes from the claim of a guy called Eratosthenes, who measured an elevation angle, right, at 500-mile horizontal using a shadow, and he had to then say that if the claim concerning him is that if the sun is local and the light hitting the surface of the Earth is divergent, then the Earth is flat. But if the sun is very big and far away and the light is hitting the surface of a globe Earth of radius 3959 miles, almost exactly parallel, then that explains the shadows we see in reality on a globe of radius 3959 miles. So that's where it comes from. They have to claim that. They also need it for celestial navigation. They have to claim almost exactly parallel light rays. Even though you're talking about general relativity, all that, it doesn't matter. They have to claim the starting and ending of the globe is what I just laid out.
Okay, so it gets even further complicated because in classical physics, light was never properly described. So then you get down into quantum electrodynamics, which with Feynman diagrams, he's specifically focused on the property of light, and it has quantum electrodynamic properties. So the idea is as to why something is quote unquote parallel, in net effect. Hold on.
Would you define that?
Yeah, and yeah, quantum. I have the book next to me, Feynman QED.
Yeah, but what's electrodynamic?
It's the property of how can you say? I don't want to use the textbook definition. The idea is that all things have a dynamic that exists in this universe. It's a focus on electrical properties, electromagnetism, right? EM, right?
Yeah,
because there's
not electric or magnetic.
It's both. It's a wave.
Either way, what part of that is the cause of perspective? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So then in Feynman diagrams, he describes how light takes certain paths, right? It takes the path of least resistance is what it often does. That can be perturbed by gravity itself. So this is how light follows a geodesic curve even.
Notice how you're incapable of actually answering the question.
What's happening right now? What just happened? I was finishing off something that is a claimed scientific fact, and I got muddled. Would you like me to post it in side chat? I have the book next to me.
Not a scientific fact. Not a scientific fact.
I didn't say a scientific fact. I said it was something based in science, at least. I'm not.
I have a question.
All I'm saying is I'm saying something not out of my asshole. I'm saying something that's based on what scientists claim. That's all I'm trying to say. I didn't say it was correct, right? I'm just saying this thing Feynman did is well documented. It's the basis of quantum mechanics.
It doesn't matter.
And quantum
Richard Feynman's not a scientist. He's a theoretical physicist. And what Brian was telling you, that light is neither electric nor magnetic. So it can't be both together. You're a trainer.
It literally is because it oscillates. I'm an electrical engineer, at least. I got that degree. Excuse me?
Isn't.
How do you induce a current on a wire then with a magnet? How do you think that works?
Hold on. Give us the charge of a X-ray photon.
Why are you asking me a random fact of what?
That's not a random fact. You said it was electrical.
Wait, I'm sorry. So even if I had a PhD in electrical engineering, I should know the charge of what?
Face.
Did you ask me?
Face, stop. You said, why did you ask me a random question? Okay, now once you've done that, please, can you stop and just listen to the answer?
Which part? I'm getting Feynman's work.
It's not you listening to the answer.
Which question did I ask?
You said, why have you just asked me a random question? Now, it wasn't random, but in so asking, there's a good chance that the person you ask it to would prefer that they explained why it's A, not random, and expand on the relevance of the question based on the declarations you've made. Now, what we'd prefer didn't happen is after you asking such a question, why am I being asked a random question? That doesn't mean you're right about its random nature you assume. It does actually have a further expansion that could come if you shut up. But you're not. That's why I'm getting involved, to hopefully shut you up so you can have that question answered. It wasn't a random question you asked. It was poignant. You just don't know that yet. And I'd ideally like my audience and you and everyone here to understand the poignant nature of what QE put to you. Hopefully you'll beg his indulgence when he does so now. Go ahead, QE.
He said light was electrodynamic. Well, let's go back to the first part. He said, well, I have a scientist. It's a scientific claim. No, Richard Feynman's not an actual scientist. He's a theoretical physicist, number one. Number two, what something is has nothing to do with natural science, because natural science doesn't answer what is questions. They answer how I questions via the scientific method. And number three, you said light was electrodynamic or electromagnetic. And then you said it's both. Well, light is neither, photons are neither electric nor magnetic. They can't be both. And then my final question to you was, if you think light's electromagnetic, I want you to give me the charge of an X-ray photon.
You're asking, I don't know a random number. Would you like me to Google it? And it has no bearing on your question, by the way. So it's weird
Google
for
it.
you to ask me a value of an X-ray photon, the actual what energy
Any
in,
type
in
of charge.
joules? What are you
No,
asking me?
charge. Charge, not a
It's charge?
I'm asking you charge.
Can you Google this, sir? And then what is the value of this question?
Google
you're
is
asking me?
a medium, not a source, sir.
I just asked you what is the importance of me answering your question because I think it's a silly one. Because it's just
Why
a
don't you
number,
explain
right?
to him, Nathan?
I don't want you to explain it to me. I want you to tell me why you
light,
asked me that
because you said
specific
light
question
was
and then laughed at me because I don't have an answer.
The answer is because you said light was electric. So he
I said
then asked you.
electromagnetic. I said it's both. You're lying now. I said it was both.
No.
Where are we now? Now that you know what I said.
We're in
I have an electric.
Okay, give the charge and polarity.
This fucking conversation is getting really hilarious for me.
So if it's
No,
both,
you're
then
just
you can give us
accusing
charge and
people of
polarity.
lying when you're
I
just
used to go down
being
to
very
Home
clear
Depot.
about what it is you're talking about.
Right, says who, Neil, and anybody else in G Plus that isn't Quantum Eraser. All you're doing is adding audio chaos. Face is adding his colour commentary, now straight through the top of me, obviously, on top of his questions. Now, we would like to address some of the things he says. Unfortunately, we get an added colour commentary after each question. Now, Face, the mods have muted you because you're chanting through the top of me. I'm having to step in and take charge, not just of you, of lots of people who want to talk all at once. But you're going to have to be a bit more measured. You're not currently. So the mods have stepped in. Can you be a bit more measured, please? And just let people actually interact with you? Q here, specifically, is trying to interact with you.
Okay. Electromagnetism. You can go down to Home Depot and with a magnet and a wire and demonstrate the two components. Light is both. This has never been under contention or controversy. So why the response from you is my question at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. I already prosecution rested. His little example right there is incoherent. I got a magnet and a wire and I go down to the hardware store. That's not light. Okay?
Yeah, Face, I think you're mixing up electromagnetism and light. They're not the same thing. I don't care who said it in the past or what person said it. They're wrong. End of story.
And as pointed out to say that this is not debated, well, as QE pointed out, this isn't part of science, it's metaphysics, it's philosophy. So it's definitely not established, as you say.
Fair enough, but there seems to be an unanswered question, which is, what is the charge of an X-ray photon?
Correct.
Does it even have a charge?
No.
Well, I mean,
because it's not electric or magnetic.
That's the whole point.
Right, I thought I was being stupid. I'm like, he's sending him out for stripy paint, isn't he?
Well, that's the problem. Homeboy assumed that there was a value that Quantum Eraser was asking for the value if it was just some trivial factotum, like 12. When it's actually, it doesn't possess one because it doesn't have that quality.
Yeah, it's like asking for the angle off a curved baseline.
From Kim Lieber text, photons have no charge. Prosecution rests.
It's interesting about this interjection. Brian was trying to make a point about a claim that's made within heliocentrism about a shadow cast on the Earth by parallel or seemingly parallel light. If this gentleman is of the position that the idea that light's parallel is dumb, I'll give him that.
Correct. That was the original subject. I don't know how in the world we got onto this. Anyway.
Sorry. Yeah, well, the thing is, light is a very complicated thing. I don't.
Thanks.
There isn't a sound theory. There isn't a sound description from science as is. It still isn't complete.
Yeah.
It's very
Well,
incomplete,
science
actually.
doesn't. Excuse me. Science doesn't give descriptions. They
Oh, God.
answer natural
Yeah.
cause and effect questions. So you're in a category here already.
Well,
I mean,
does anybody
second of
have a
all,
Bible on the
second,
universe? Because I would love to read it. That's the
well,
thing.
second of all, the very fact that you're saying that we don't have this one idea of light, like that's how could they make any claims about it? That's what Brian's point is, and he's like, look at this information here. You're
You know how
not
far we
dealing
are
with
off
it
the
because you're
original
like, it's
point, bro?
complicated. It's
The
not
original point was about
complicated to see what
perspective.
someone is claiming. No, I'm sorry, because it's true. It's not complicated to hear what someone is claiming and hear someone else give a rebuttal that's actually justified. That's not complicated.
Yep. So that being said, to our friend who wanted to interject, what's the cause of perspective, please?
Perspective is caused by the net total sum of light scattering that tends to follow a statistical path in arrival to a point observer. So it's dynamic. That's why if you have a lot of heat around you, you'll get distortions and not see properly. You'll see waves of heat distorting the
Citation, please.
photons in arrival to you.
Citation, please, for perspective.
Yeah, that's the little heat thing off the road. Yeah.
That's not perspective, dude. Holy crap.
Perspective is morphed by that. That's what that is. Your perspective as an observer is dependent upon your environment. Totally. Like what? There's no characteristic of an
profound.
observer.
That's profound.
Yeah.
Can we get that? Can we get that cited?
Yeah, man, I got everything in SciChat. Give me a second.
All right, there you go.
Dude, let's be clear. We started this out with the angle of arrival of light at the focal plane, the inversion of it on the sensor, and the differentiation in the acute angle that causes the casting of light on the sensor to change, and therefore the rendered image to change size in the final produced image, dude. And that is when you arrived and took a dump on everybody's dinner.
You characterized me wrong. Characterizing me wrong isn't an argument, man. Thanks.
Well, dude, I mean, that's a nice try, but we're all with.
Brian's image
Chat,
is still up on
including
screen. I'm pretty sure Brian was in the middle of a presentation where he was trying to explain a point of minutia about a heliocentric claim about parallel light. So what's going on?
Well, I put that. Nathan asked me to put that back up because AOE was making a comment, making a point about the sun within their paradigm.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. I thought that was in an interject.
No. It never finished. It never finished, John. You're correct. It never finished. It just kept getting segued.
Correct.
Yes, he said the claim was that the baller's claim was that light doesn't come in parallel. Isn't that what he said? Maybe I misheard him.
He was going into general relativity and light moving through a geodesic because of its gravity well, because of acclaimed mass.
That was red herring fallacy. That was red herring fallacy. It had nothing to do with the topic.
Well, you could say that because it is following a geodesic, it cannot be parallel by definition.
Yeah. So let's get back to the original question. What is the claim of the globe? Are the sun rays that don't exist, by the way, coming in parallel or not? And don't get messed up, like Nathan said, with this nearly parallel or not exactly parallel. That's nonsensical.
Well, the only reason I say that is because they have to actually claim that they're not exactly parallel. because they can't say that the light from their sun is parallel. They have to claim that it's diverging. But because of the size difference in diameter and the distance between the two, that the globe receives almost exactly parallel light rays.
That's not. I don't care what they claim. That's nonsensical gibberish.
It is. I'm not saying it's not. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Guys,
Yeah.
right, I don't want to outstay our welcome, as always, on the politics server, so I'm just going to say a huge thank you for having us. We will hopefully, if we're still welcome, toddle along next week. But in the meantime, I'm going to move us into Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so we're not overstressing your moderation team. Thank you very much for having us, as always. It's been an absolute blast.
It's nice having you, Nathan. Welcome back, and see you next time.
Indeedy. If anybody who did want to carry on the conversation, that is to say, listen to Brian and John qualify this for the next 10 or so minutes, then move over to FED. But if not, we'll see you next week. Thank you for having us once again.
I felt like I was in Bizarro World. That's what Superman's enemy was, right?
You are.
Yeah. Like what's going on here? Your claim's supposed to be parallel damn light, and now you're telling us about everything but friggin' parallel. Why aren't you seeing that as a problem?
Do you know
Bizarro World with Seinfeld?
The reason I'm so specific about getting their claim right, even though it's ridiculous, and even though it might be annoying, and I get that, is because if I say parallel light rays, one of them, within an argument, one of them is going to start trying to correct me on it being only almost parallel for two reasons. One is to try and make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about, and two is a red herring away from where I'm trying to go to. So I make sure to say exactly what their exact claim is, simply because then they can't go and try to correct me as I'm trying to bring them where I want to bring them. Even I know it's annoying,
Yeah, but it's number one, you have to define there. Are we talking about anti-flat earthers or what the actual globe Earth claim is? Because
the actual globe.
In actuality, with the sun at 93 million miles away, with the sun 93 million miles away and its current size, in the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, all the light that hits the Earth must be, and I say this again, must be parallel. Because if it isn't, then it wouldn't hit the Earth. Follow?
Yeah, it wouldn't make it there, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So I don't care what their claim is, it must be parallel. Period.
Right. So this little non sequitur doodad dance about there are no parallels, and it's a geodesic in space time, and like, okay, yeah, I can grant you everything you just said, and you still debunked your religion.
Yeah, they don't understand the reason why they must claim parallel light rays from the sun. Most of them don't realize why that claim is. They don't understand the trick that the Eratosthenes story is playing on them. Because the whole point of go on.
Yeah, which is debunked by NASA's diagram of their solar eclipse that I posted in Master B. The whole heliocentric religion is debunked by their diagram, NASA's diagram.
Yeah, because that requires divergent light.
Exactly. Nathan, pull that up. This is the end. Thank you, NASA. This is the end of your heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. What, for the 675th time?
I'm pulling up.
That diagram I sent in Master B with the solar eclipse. That is the end of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, brought to you by NASA, your friendly neighborhood knuckle dragger.
Doesn't say NASA on it. It's the Umbra Penumbra total solar eclipse, Monday, August 20th. Is that the one?
I'm telling you, it's from NASA. That's where I got it from.
I don't disbelieve you. Just saying it's not labeled on there, but
I labeled it.
What? And I guess coming from Baltardia, you got relativity debunking heliocentrism.
Okay, I'll send you one from Rice University. Oh, it doesn't have Rice University on it either. Nah, forget about it.
It's fine. It's fine.
I got one from the Smithsonian. It's the same thing, but it doesn't have Smithsonian on it either. But carry on. Disregard.
Like, if I was debunking that unicorns exist, right, and I was pointing out that no one has ever seen one, and somebody come along and started talking about that it would be impossible for their horns to develop on the unicorn itself because, or for whatever reason, we're not disagreeing with each other. Why was that guy getting so worked up? Your debunking may be dumber, but you're still debunking it. Like,
He was
what's
trying to
going
be
on?
an intellectual.
Yeah, I think
Don't
he's
you
a
realize
flatty.
that?
I think he's a
Try to be
flatty.
intellectuals.
I think he's a flatty. He's just flexing his Judeo-Romanian for
I don't
space.
think so, Nathan.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get
No,
to asking. Was like,
he's a Glober.
heliocentric. He is? How can you
Yeah,
be
he's a
Glober and
Glober. He
say
comes in
that?
hot like that all the time. No, that's what they do.
Fair enough.
I guess
Yeah,
if you
like a
don't
Glober.
think about what you just said, you can believe whatever you want to believe, you know? Just, God, that was
They
insane.
come off like they're flat earthers, or they try to appear like they're flat earthers. But within a few sentences, you know damn well what they are.
Well, light's electromagnetic because I have a magnet and I got a wire down at the hardware store.
He said Home Depot.
If it was a very light gauge.
It's a very light gauge.
That's funny.
You know what? You know what he was trying to do is he was going to try to make an electrical current and then pass it through a resistor and create light with it, and then say, "See, it's electric because I use electricity to make it."
Oh boy!
I didn't say it's a good argument, but that's where that dumb crap was going.
What if I get a chem light and I shake it up, and then it proceeds to send light my direction? Where's the plug and where's the wire?
That in that case, light is mechanical energy, John. Am I coming off sarcastic enough? I can't really tell. I've
it's
kind of stopped.
Or spark
My
up a fire.
electricity is going off. So should I start a fire? I have no power.
Yep, spark up a fire. Show me where the plug is.
Who was that? That was Witsit, right? That was Witsit, though, right?
Yes, that was Witsit saying that fire is just everything is electrical, whole energy. Yeah.
I don't know if Nathan can see it, but I'm sure he can. I added a few annotations to the diagram. If you can see the green line, right, that is the width, no matter how far away or close the moon would be to their surface. That green line is the width the shadow can be and only can be at all times. I don't know if you got that earlier on here.
Yeah.
You don't see the importance of it.
Well, I'm just
Why do you
saying,
keep saying
Brian, the official claim seems to be from relativity that there is no parallel light. Such concepts don't exist. And this is crazy. Why would we even talk about parallel light?
Yeah.
Why the negativity?
So
Why
where
do you keep
has
saying...
Flat Earth representative been since I've been gone?
Who are they?
I said, where is the flat Earth representative, the self-appointed one? What's he been up to since I've been gone?
Who's that? Whitsit?
Yeah, he went on that one show.
No, Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter.
Got a new line of press on nails, so he's out doing his cosmetology.
He's got a new line of press on nails.
Well, no, he went on that one show.
He's the Lore Lodge. Sorry, John.
I was just saying he went on that one show we reviewed. What I can't remember what the guy was. Lore Lodge, was that the dude? Was you here for that, John?
No.
That would be worth a review. The Lore Lodge actually lost it in the end and ordered Whitsit off his show.
Okay, so there's a Lore Lodge. So I gotta go searching for this. I'll search for it when I get a little bit of time here.
I'll try and find it for you later. But the Lore Lodge, yeah. Remember, you were going to review one of his videos anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's just one of your below average skank and file ones. Altards, Lore Lodge. Yeah, I think we ran into him. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Remember, you even commented on his video, and he was trying to correct you or something. I can't remember how it went, but I remember it was funny.
He didn't respond to me.
These people are scared of the subject. Look, I remember Lore Lodge. He just, to me, that's all I see. It leaks out of every orifice of them. Every pore says, "I'm scared shitless of this subject."
Well, they're pretender clowns. They have no acumen in the topic. They just went through Wiki and Discovery Channel with their globe-tard proofs, and they bumble, fumble, and stumble on out here like what we've been experiencing for the past, for me, 8 years, for you, 10 years. It's the same old story all over again. It's just new faces. That's all right. Come on in. Water's warm.
Yeah, well, that's when you say "come on in, the water's warm." That's what I'm saying. They're caught somewhere between fight and flight, aren't they? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like warm water at all. It seems like a churned up mess that's going to kill them and drown them.
They're caught in between Moron and Dunning-Kruger. But we'll help them out.
I think they're scared because of how much they need us, is what I think.
Well, the Lore Lodge, actually, when he first started looking into this topic and addressing it, from that to the point where he debated Whitsit, where he actually said, "I've had enough of this topic, something like that. He actually put on weight, and you could see he was not getting sleep or something. He was looking unhealthy. If you go back to just before he started attacking Flat Earth, to the point where he debated Whitsit, there's a whole health downslide happens to him because he's obviously under stress and pressure, not sleeping, something. It was kind of bizarre.
Yeah, that's more like my sentiment, exactly. Now, I'm glad you've backed me up. You're saying it's written all over him physically as well. I'm just basing it on how he behaved with Whitsit. You know, that's a positive in Whitsit's camp, if nothing else. You can tell that the guy's, wanting to brace against this.
Yeah, but he literally, people were saying it, like people were pointing it out like that. He was like going downhill physically. But go back to just before he started attacking us publicly, and he looked a lot healthier.
Remember John Barnes? Footballer.
No. Or the footballer, yes.
I remember he played against Aston Villa once and I watched, and the crowd were cheering, "You fat B." I'm sure you know what that chant is.
John Barnes.
Yeah. Talking about a top of his form, fit as they get athlete because he's put on a couple of pounds, because he was probably getting into his mid-30s then, in the mid-90s, like getting a bit older as a footballer. So he had the audience chanting, "You fat, you know what." A point being, because someone like the Lore Lodge, it's just so different here in Britain when someone, we kind of pride ourselves on our ability to roast people. There's a segue coming in here somewhere, Brian, I assure you. But yeah, we have an ability to just roast people, flat out roast them, right? Oh, you put on a couple of pounds, have you, Mr. Professional Footballer? You're fat. You know what I'm getting at?
The official tune is, who ate all the pies? Who ate all the pies? You fat BB, you fat Berber, you ate all the
I'm glad Adam
pies.
did it for me. That's where I was going. Exactly, Adam. So, if he was British, his audience would just be like, you ate all the pies, as opposed to, oh, your health looks like it's suffering there, with a bit of empathy. No, you ate all the pies, mate. Just their pain.
Evening.
Again, QE?
I said evening.
Hey, Adam.
It does. It causes them. Well, just let me just round that point out so I can duck out of this conversation. Yeah, it manifests itself physically. Their stress, their pain. When we say share your pain, he was, you know, it was written all over his ugly mush, wasn't it?
Yes, it literally was. He literally started when he threw wits about. He was saying this topic. You could see he was under serious pressure. He was saying this topic. I can't deal with these people. This topic, something like that. I'm finished with this. You know, it's like he couldn't deal with it. He couldn't deal with the topic, but yet he went looking for trouble. You know what I mean? It's like don't go looking for it if you're not.
So he basically can't deal with reality. Reality is getting him all twisted.
We're getting somewhere, Neil. Sorry to cut you off. Yes, that's where it connects to QE's point, right? So you're saying, look, because you've had an emotional response to this, don't go out looking for trouble. Well, that's where QE's assessment comes in correctly, which is no, because when you do go looking for trouble, you'll come off as a Dunning-Kruger. Well, QE's, feel free to rattle off your list that you just gave, but you know what I'm driving at. That's where the problem occurs, with a further compounding problem of their assumption that the people who are going to be punting this troubling issue that they've found themselves dealing with, and it's all the stress that comes along with it, they're just idiots. So if I go and challenge them, I'll feel much better.
Dunning-Kruger, pretend the clown.
And the worst thing is he's right to pick his battles. And that kind of went wrong on him even worse, because he ignored me and he ignored QE. He only responded to me after a week, once or whatever it was, probably about a week, once he had secured a debate with Witsit. Sorry. So the point is that he was headhunting for someone like Witsit, probably Witsit in general, because Witsit's well known, and he got Witsit. Said that maybe he wanted David Weiss, I don't know, but he got Witsit, and he wanted Neil to handle the pressure. And Witsit most of the time was trying to talk about ether and stuff. He wanted him to talk about flat earth, because he doesn't. You know what I mean? 1/3 of maybe less, 1/4 of a debate Witsit is having is about flat earth. The other 3/4 are about other things. At least two quarters of that is ether. Do you know what I mean? So, but he wasn't able to take it. He was in a heap.
Speaking of roasting, though, before we get too far away from roasting, because I was going to use that as a segue, we got this guy we're running a campaign for, and are we going to do, can we do like a special episode tomorrow where we can pour our hearts out and give him shit?
Yeah, roast his ass.
Yeah, roast the QE. Yeah.
I can't stand them rules.
We'll arrange this with you off air. I'm still recording. We'll arrange this administrative affair. Probably not tomorrow, no. But yes, we'll definitely be roasting you at some point, QE.
That's fine.
My idea of this.
Why don't you like roast, Brian?
Why don't we go back to what we were talking about and stop making things awkward?
Okay.
I don't feel awkward.
I was going to say nothing.
You guys want to roast me?
Well, we'll just conclude the subject so it doesn't have to drag out or seem awkward. So what my intention would be, QE, would be on your channel. That would be to say, you run the live stream, and the reason for that is if there is super chats that people want to send, I want them if it's a campaign roast, then it makes sense to do it on your channel, not mine, because otherwise I've got to start messing around with super chats. But We'll do it on your channel, and you'll be hosting it, which is even more rude in a way. We'll be roasting you on your own show while we round out the campaign and hopefully get it to its total. That would be my plan.
Oh,
one day,
okay.
So, in other words, we'll be dishing out the link to the GoFundMe campaign that Adam put together during the roast while we give you crap. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah. No, I have no problem with that. Do you want to do it Tuesday?
I don't see why not. Tuesday sounds fine.
Is Tuesday good for everyone? That'll be my first show back also. So is that good with everyone?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Hold on a second, because it's not good for me, but is it possible that I record what I was going to say and someone play it for me? Because I won't be here after today.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead and record it. Yes, I'll play it. Send it to me.
Okay. Better not be mushy.
But all to the last minute. What? I'm sorry.
And
I better not be
the way
mushy.
to do that easily, just so we can round that out as well, John, is to refracted, John. Phone someone on Skype and leave them a message. So, in other words, nominate somebody to do that with, phone, and obviously tell them in advance so they don't answer the call, and then leave it as a message. Yeah.
Oh, that's genius. I didn't even think about doing that. Yeah, that's genius. Thank you.
Yeah, there are some smart people besides you, John.
What the hell? I don't know what's it up, Neil, today.
I told you I'm going to give John crap all day today.
He did give that disclaimer like 4 hours ago.
Yeah, that's true. He did.
So is this plan amenable to everyone? Brian Adams?
Yeah,
I'd totally
just
be there.
make sure it's good. I mean, it would just be hell to play if Betty can't make the roast of QE, so I'd make sure she's free.
I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
I'd say I think there would be hell to play if Betty missed the roast of QE, so maybe just check with her and then.
Oh, she'll be all in with that.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
you could guarantee that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I can guarantee you could just about get anybody in the flat Earth community you wanted to show up to that. If they thought they had a free swing at him, shit.
Yeah, you got to promote this heavily, because this is going to generate some Scott Hole for QE.
All right. Do you want to, or are you going to advertise? Who's going to advertise this?
I don't know. Whoever.
Eli, are you going to be in 24/7 anytime? Advertise it there as well. Let's get that out there.
Probably need a thumbnail. I guess.
What's the date on Tuesday?
I guess I'm going to advertise my own roast. It sounds like, so I'll have to get with Betty. I'm sure she'll come up with something.
I mean, I could pop on 24/7 and let them know.
I bet you it'd be all contrived and forced.
Oh my god!
I'm just saying, these things always are. I just like, we only need canned laughter. That's how bad it's going to
This
get.
is literally us contriving it. Yes, Brian. Thank you.
Brian said all we need is canned laughter.
Like
that what he said?
Should we have a party? Yeah. Should we organise it really thoroughly? Yeah. Brian comes along. Oh, it'll just be organised and like organised and that, won't it?
Brian, why don't you like roast? Hold on. Why don't you like roast, Brian? What's the story?
They're so fake, and they're not natural. I bet you, if Betty's there, she wouldn't be able to perform her normal attacks on QE.
Hold on a minute. I've seen some really good roasts. Thank you, Winnie.
I feel like it'll be a normal Tuesday show.
Oh, there's Flatsy. What's going on, Flatsy? I haven't talked to you for a while.
I've missed you.
How's
It's good to
Booger
hear
doing?
from
How's
you.
the husband?
Doing great. We're all good.
Good. Good.
We've missed you, even Booger.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought of him a couple times, surprisingly.
Well, he has thought of you as well. He says good night to you.
Good night, Booger. Is he going to roast me too?
I mean, in
He pretty much
past
has
tense,
to
he
now.
says. Yeah, he might.
Brian, are you coming, or can you bring the canned laughter?
I tell you, we're going to need it. I'll be there.
We're calling it a roast, but seriously, it's more of us showing our appreciation for your existence within this topic. And then we're just going to give you shit, though.
You're kidding.
So
Really?
it's going to be. So let me just get this straight. So it's going to be a load of guys trying to pretend that they like another guy. Oh no, trying to pretend giving another guy shit because they're too macho to say that they think he's really great. Is that it?
Yes.
This is sounding
And what's the
bad.
problem with it?
I'm going to ruin this if I keep going. Not that it hasn't already ruined itself.
Hey, what are you talking about? What's wrong with not being mushy? Ain't nothing wrong with not being mushy. Who the hell wants to be mushy?
It's when guys are trying to see. It's when guys are trying to pretend. It's like they're trying to be macho instead of just being straight and honest. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you can
Just
do
be
it
honest.
right, and it comes off ironic instead of just.
Brian, I'll agree with you. Brian, the newer roast, the modern day roast, I agree with you 100%. They suck. They're horrible. But if you go back into like the Frank Sinatra days and the Don Rickles, those types of roast, those are great, man.
That's what I thought of when he said roast. When somebody said, did Nathan say roast? Who said roast first?
I think it was
I
Brian's
think it
idea.
was. I think it was refracted.
Did you guys think about this, or did you just come up with it?
Yesterday, yes.
Now? Yesterday, yes.
Yeah, I've been thinking of it for a little bit because I tried to do something and I couldn't get my phone to accept the data for a confirmation code, so I couldn't do what I said I was going to do. So I was trying to think of something else.
All right. So you guys talked about this before. So Adam knew about it?
I don't know if Adam was in here.
No. I'm probably a bit like Brian here. Now, if I was asked to go away, having no problems with my masculinity, I don't mind going and getting some sentimental poetry to express my gratitude.
And you don't think that would be roasting QE? If you sit there and read poetry to him, you don't think that would be roasting him?
That would be a perfect roasting tool. I love it.
I don't know what you're going to roast about.
Just a reminder. Reminder for everybody that roasts, everybody on the panel can be roasted as well. It doesn't just have to be QE. So everybody's open game if they're going to be there in attendance.
Exactly. At a roast, everybody's open game. You're correct.
Of course.
Hey there, how are you?
That goes without saying, doesn't it? You've got to be able to take it if you're going to dish it out on the spot. Of course.
I'm excited.
What's there to roast me on?
It's starting to sound like a normal QE life. They just all that build up and then they just destroyed it.
Okay, well that will make it a really easy show to do then, won't it, Brian? Good job it's not contrived.
It's like I said, it'll be like a normal Tuesday show.
No, not quite, because people are going to have to think about what they're going to say, and everybody's going to they're going to screw the pooch on this. I guarantee you, I will. But yeah, it's going to fall completely apart and go all to hell, and then you won't be able to call it contrived because it sucked.
All right, you guys got a title for this, so I don't have to come up with one to make it completely uncouth.
Yeah, QE roast.
Laughter.
QE roast plus special bonus canned laughter.
No Irish.
All right, were you serious? QE roast, that's it?
Yeah.
All right.
Fun will be had by all.
I think it wasn't the last thing that you did. It was a treatment, right? I had notes for the next live show that you were going to do for the previous treatment that you've done. I've got them all written down. I was going to go over them for the next live show.
Oh wow. Okay, that's fine. What was the last one? I don't even remember.
Here, I'll give you a hint. If you can censor, or if you censor shampoo, you think you could predict a bad hair day. Oh man, that
really
was so
doesn't-
funny.
That really doesn't give me any clue what the roast was on. I'm sorry.
Airplanes, laptops, and spectacles. Science
Oh,
work.
yes. Now, okay. Now I got you. Sabina Hassenpfeffer. That was the last one, really?
Sabina
Yeah.
Bruce.
Sabina
It's so
Bruce. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, all right.
Hey guys, I gotta go. It has been a privilege of mine to talk to y'all, and maybe in a couple of years I'll be around again. But
Couple years. What the heck are you talking about?
I'm having to move to Memphis for a job, and the job's completely wiping out the day side of my life, pretty much.
All right. So now when you're walking in Memphis, you can still walk in Memphis on Saturdays.
Well, it's at the moment it's a 6-10 schedule, so I'm working Saturdays as well. But I'm gonna lay out for the first ball busters. So
okay. The first ball busters will be next weekend. When are you moving?
Monday.
When do you get to Memphis?
Hopefully Monday.
Hopefully still Monday. Okay.
I'm in the same state. I'm in the same state, but it's 7.5 hours away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tracking with you. So you will be available next Saturday?
Yeah, I told you I'll lay out for that.
Okay. Yep, that will be the next ball busters. Probably do a major treatment. Maybe the treatment that we were talking about with Lore Lodge and Boy Zero the Sky Grifter.
Is this the long anticipated ball busters with the new intro? Possibly.
I'm thinking, yeah.
You better not miss it, John.
It's gone.
Well, that has to be. Did Adam square that away? Did we finalize that? Hold on a second.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get with Adam. Yes, that will be the one. So it's going to be next Saturday. Not tomorrow. Next Saturday.
Can't wait to see my name in lights. I have arrived.
You have indeed.
Did you make any tweaks to it, Adam, or is it still it's still the same? The one that you sent me.
I've got the one you requested, the word change you requested, and I think I've tweaked a little bit here and there, but nothing. I've not made it any longer. It's okay.
you were supposed to get with Nathan, and did you get with Nathan on it?
No. We're cool.
Nope.
Nathan's got the evening ready to enjoy the cinematic production that it is.
I can remember the first one.
Yeah.
He had something snide to say back then. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he said he's taking a nap. Wake him up after.
Yeah.
Something like.
He'll get a longer nap this time.
And the fact that is that they're going.
He's gone. I was about to wish
Yeah, he
him luck,
didn't hang
and he's
around.
gone.
He left before I could rip him.
Yeah.
Very wise.
Knowing that flat Earth's dead, and it's it's dying and it's not out there. I've seen a couple of instances of it being mentioned in modern programs. I think it's on Fallout there was a bit, and the new series of The Boys has come out. I was watching that last night, and this episode 3 is they walk into it is a conspiracy convention, but the first thing they show is flat Earth. Nice stand up, not just a theory. It's a little bit feast and nonsensey, but I thought it was nice to see it being mentioned there. Just a little spot.
What's the story with that? The Boys. What is that? Because I started watching it, so I don't know what it's about. What are they? Superheroes or something?
Yeah, some of them are. These guys in the front, they're not supes, but she is Chinese. So they're like, it's just a dark comedy based on superheroes, really, about how fallible they are, and kind of a power game, and it's very good.
I know all about
it. It was. Go on, Brian. Sorry.
I'm just saying I know all about it.
He's very funny.
Sure.
Very funny. He's very rude, but he's very funny.
The one I watched, the guy is talking to his girl, and the next thing I know, he's just standing there with the girl's arms in his hand.
Yeah, well,
she just got blown to pieces. What happened?
Yeah, well, superheroes have accidents. If you've got all these superpowers, then it's easy to have an accident, isn't it? There's lots of stuff like that.
So it was. So I think the superhero was responsible for it. There was a lot of stuff going on in my house. I really was going in and out on it. I think the superhero was responsible for it. But he claimed that she was in the middle of the street and the guy, and she was 2 inches off the curb.
Yeah, that's in the first season. Yes, the A-Train comes running along and just runs straight through her. But there's loads of stuff like that. So there's all these like backstories of little bits like that that just.
Just to bring things back on.
It was more the prevalence that flat Earth's popping up in pop culture. It's there now. It never was, but it is there now. They also make a verbal reference later on. So they're in this convention, and one of the rooms is, they've hosted one of the rooms, and they go, "Hurry up! You've only got 4 hours." The flat earthers are in here afterwards. And somebody's bothering to put that in because they realise it's relevant, as opposed to making flat Earth dying, is it?
It's becoming too well known because the numbers aren't going down; they're consistently rising. And this is the thing, your man, the guy, the Lower Lodge, if I remember correctly, he done it in his. Well, not him. Sorry, Sabine Hossenfelder. She pointed out that even though Google and YouTube have basically on the behest of the Congress in the US have tried to stamp it out, it has continued to grow in numbers. This is the problem. It's a continual growth, and that drove her mad because it was only 2% of the US, according to their polls or whatever, right? A couple of years ago, 2017. Now it's 5% of the US are flat earthers, right? This is causing them quite a worry. And there's other countries where there's a lot more flat earthers per head of population, like Brazil and the parts of Asia, than there is in America. So
I think it's a lot more than 5%, Brian. They're saying 5%, but I guarantee it's a lot more than that.
Well, there's a big percentage of people who said supposedly said they didn't know, and that means they're not anti-flat earthers. Anti-flat earthers are going to scream globe no matter what. Whereas people that say they don't know, they're not anti-flat earthers. You just know that it's only a matter of time before they kind of go, oh, yeah, it's flat, whatever. You know what I mean? They're just going to accept it eventually, you know. But Joe Rogan, what I heard what Joe Rogan said when I listened to one of the shows during the week, Joe Rogan said, who cares about it? Why does it matter? This kind of stuff, you know. Who cares? Well, if it doesn't matter, then Joe, then you won't mind us saying it's not a globe. Do you know what I mean? If it doesn't matter, then it shouldn't matter. You know, like if I say it's flat, you shouldn't feel the need to say it's a globe. I mean, why do you feel the need to say that? You know, because you're trying to defend something, so it does matter. You know, if it doesn't matter, why is it on your show? Why even referencing it? Because it does matter. I think he's gotten in there too late with the whole thing, and he's trying to just quell it down as being unimportant when it's the most important topic in the world.
Definitely in human history for sure, because this is a lot different than all the other ones. It's not even a conspiracy. They're trying to label it as a conspiracy when we know the conspiracy is the globe. Interesting how they flip it, right?
Well, I'll say that there was one other thing in history that was more important.
Oh, of course, Flatsy, I know that. I'm talking about what we've uncovered here. Like, this is like one of the most important things that, if you want to say, they tried to keep from us, or however you want to label
it's a hard.
it.
But what I would say about that, Flatsy, I think I know what you're... Sorry, come on.
I was saying I will say that it is a hard second place right there, because it shows the hand of how this is played in the world, like how they deceive everyone.
We know the most important thing was the birth and death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, of course. That goes without say. I don't even put it in this topic.
But what I'd have to say about that, and I understood that was, I didn't need any shoving. I understood what you were talking about, what Flatsy means. But that is to Christians, let's just say, where that is going to be number one, flat earth will be number two. If you're a flat earther and a Christian, the topic of flat earth will be number two. But as a whole,
basically number one in the world. That's a fact.
No, because not everyone's a Christian.
Doesn't matter. It wasn't done for Christians.
It does matter. It does matter. You see, here that is.
But hold on, listen to what I'm saying real quick. Hold on, let me explain real quick. It was not done for Christians. That was something that said, "For God so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son." It was done for the world.
Yeah, but it's a Christian faith belief. The point I'm making is that I understand it being number one to Christians, but that doesn't mean it will rank number one over flat earth to other people. So as a whole throughout the world, because not everyone is a Christian, as a whole throughout the world, I would still say that this is the most important topic ever. Because
I can't agree with that.
Well, you're not going to, because you're a Christian, and the number one most important event of all time or topic is going to be the birth of Christ. I understand that, and I'm not decrying that. I'm just saying that for other people who aren't Christians, that's not going to be number one. If you're Jewish and a flat earther, obviously the birth of Christ
Are
is
you
not going to
talking
be number
about for
one.
personal? You're talking about personal labeling of it, or putting it in a position on a personal level.
Well, it's
like for
personal to
you.
everyone. Well, what I mean by that is that I can understand that topic being number one to you and to Flatsy and to other Christians, and that's fine. I get that. But that doesn't. My point is that to a Muslim who's a flat earther, maybe there'll be something to do with Muhammad will be more important to them. But do you know what I mean? But the birth of Christ is not going to be the number one most important topic ever to them, if you know what I mean. So overall, I would say the topic of flat Earth is the biggest of all time overall. That there's no topic more important overall. Because even if it was only second to Muslims, the point is that their first and the first the Christians have are two different firsts. So the 2 seconds kind of cancel them out, if you understand what I mean, overall.
Let's just change the subject. This is going down a dead-end road.
Well, Brian, I'll agree with you, and I'll tell you why. As a follower of Christ, Christ called himself the way, the truth, and the life. The truth of the matter is that you have to know the truth so as to not be deceived. And one of the first things that God chose to put in his word was how, and he described what the earth was so that nobody would be confused by anything that would be a counterfeit like the globe. So I think that knowing the truth is paramount. And I would agree with you that this is very important, probably the most important thing that people that live on the earth should know. It's created, and it's created by one creator that their spirit ultimately belongs to. And then from that point, they get to decide what they're going to do with the life and the spirit that they've been given, whether to honor their creator with it or to take it for themselves and make themselves God. So I think you're correct.
I mean, I don't even know if the two of them can be put into the same category because the Earth is not an event, if you understand what I mean. Maybe you could say go back into the genesis of it. It was an event, yeah, so you could be talking about it from that point of view. But what the Earth is as a topic, yeah, the creation as a topic, maybe it's slightly different. Maybe it's a different category to, let's just say, the birth of Christ.
No,
Maybe the two can't really be weighed against each other.
You completely missed Seizu's point, which is to say, if you are a Christian and you take the truth aspect of what Jesus professes to be, then the truth aspect is laid out really clearly in literally the first paragraphs of the Bible, so that Christians specifically aren't deceived with things like a globe. That was his point.
Correct.
Yeah, I heard him.
Well, the real conspiracy, because that's why we started off, because Neil was mentioning that, or someone saying that Neil was saying they're trying to always make this into a conspiracy, and that the globe is the conspiracy. But I don't think so. I think the real conspiracy is the conspiracy to tell people that it's not flat. Agreed. That they've conspired to actually do that. Regardless of what they're claiming it is, it doesn't matter what they're claiming it is. The fact that they're trying to say in mass or in unison, getting together, conspiring to tell the world that it's not flat is the real conspiracy. Because the anti-flat earthers, what are they? They're all doing their best to tell the world it's not flat. It's not a flat stationary plane.
That's correct.
Even though, yeah. So in my opinion, that's the biggest. That is the real conspiracy.
Yeah, I agree, and you have to give the devil his due. They have found a way to en masse convince most of the world that they're essentially denying the reality that they live in. It's plain as day, and easily, as verifiable or provable where they live, and yet just through the power of suggestion, they've denied the reality of who they are and where they live.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that they will they will, even though they're presented with evidence to the contrary to what they want to believe, they still will conspire to tell people the opposite from the truth.
Yeah. And they've convinced the majority of the world to do their bidding for them. It's there's billions of Agent Smiths everywhere defending this illusion.
I always thought that the movie, just because you brought up Agent Smith, I always thought, with a reference to The Matrix, I always thought that They Live was a much better movie than The Matrix. I always thought it was a lot better, especially the fight scene with Roddy Piper and what's his name?
Louis Gossett Jr.
What's his name?
That black guy. It wasn't Louis Gossett Jr.
It wasn't Louis Gossett. No. It was what's his name?
You're right.
It was
There's something about Mary and
Keith David, one or the other. I don't remember which one's white.
Anyway, I can't remember the actor's name now. He was in the Thing and other movies, but I can't remember the man's name now. But the fight.
The other.
Sorry.
Keith David. I'm pretty sure.
Keith David. Good man. Thank you. Keith David. Keith David. Keith David. But when the two of them were fighting, and Roddy Piper was like, "Just put on the glasses. Look," and he would not. He didn't want to know. That was, in my opinion, that movie and that scene and just that movie in general was far better than The Matrix, as far as because that's what you try to tell. Yeah, try and tell somebody something and they don't want to hear it, and no matter what evidence you have, they'll fight you not to look at the evidence. Rather than just looking at it, they'll want to have an argument with you, and even an altercation with you, just not to look at that. And that movie really showed it. And when you had the people in the public who, when they put on the glasses, they could see that these people realized that he could see them, and they were like contacting HQ. That's like people in the public pointing out, "Oh, we have a person here who's not towing the line, who's not believing the things that they're supposed to be believing, blah, blah, blah." The public do that. The public will turn on people in the public who are not towing the line with normality. Now, sometimes it's warranted, don't get me wrong, but often the time it's not, where the public are just wrong, but they're just behaving as sheep, but,
And sometimes it could be an observation. And then they'll come on the news and say, what's actually happening here? Remember that picture? What was the guy that took the Chicago skyline? And then they came on the news. I could picture those They Live people as the newscasters trying to say what people were seeing was not what they were seeing.
Yeah. It's a mirage. That guy, yeah.
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 And if you could take that mask off, he's one of those They Live people.
Yeah, I really thought that They Live was better, and The Matrix is good and it was entertaining and everything else, but I just thought that They Live was before it, and it was just a better movie. Not as much money put into it and not everything.
Why didn't they make it a better? You know what I'm saying? Like a better movie, like as far as sinking money into it and making it a major freaking movie.
Well, they might do in the future, but I think it was excellent as it was. I mean, I don't see how they could replace Roddy Piper and Keith David. I don't see how because I don't know. I mean, make it better. You could have two newer actors and more money in it. But the two people playing those two parts, you couldn't find two people to play those two parts better, if you understand. Even though it wasn't a big production.
Absolutely.
You could do the same with Escape from New York and other movies like that of the time. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I mean, to each his own. Like, there's so many movies that I would say they're sort of underhandedly feeding people. We'll call it truth. Like the Truman Show, The Matrix, They Live. There's even the first, Doctor Strange. Those ones, there's a lot of stuff that they're kind of feeding or telling you, but they're not going to be overt about it. There's so many movies like that. And I wish I could name some more off the top of my head, but you're correct. They live in that fight scene, which seemed to last like 20 minutes, is a pretty good picture of what we kind of fight with every day, especially with people that you know, right?
Yeah, it's a struggle to. Is it not a struggle to get people to just accept what is?
Yeah, it's like putting the glasses on them. Just put the damn glasses on.
Well, how many times have people who are flat earthers tried to tell people, just look at the phone, look at the computer, just look, and they don't want to know. Literally, that happened. It happened to me. I just very early on.
Me too, with my son. When I explained to him the Black Swan and celestial navigation. It's like take the freaking glasses off you have on and put these glasses on.
I think actually that's a good analogy, because it's more like take the glasses off and see it for what it really is, as opposed to put the glasses on. In that movie was put on the glasses to see the reality, but I think in actual reality, you're trying to get them to take off the rose-tinted glasses that they have on. You know, that they're seeing a globe through within their imagination, that they're not actually seeing with their eyes. Do you know what I mean? They're not seeing this globe with their eyes. They're not experiencing it with their senses or with their activities or anything they do. But when they have the glasses on, that tells them it's a globe.
Brian, that would be where you get a guy with glasses on, he sees everything globe, no matter what. Until he takes the glasses off, then he sees the flat plane we dwell atop. Gotta try to make that a video, Brian.
Well, you could make a Twilight Zone episode where the person, there's some timeline issue or something, some nonsense, and the person ends up in a paradigm where the Earth is not a globe, right? But everything seems the same, right? Everything's exactly the same, except for we're not adding globe calculations in after we've measured our flat plane. You know what I mean?
Everything, because everything would be the same. You're right.
Well, there'd be absolutely no difference to the world we experience, if you understand. There'd be a difference in social stuff and people, but there'd be no difference in the world we experience. You know, so if someone who believes it's a globe ends up going through a paradigm shift where they end up in a world where the globe never existed, the world would look and they'd experience the world no different, exactly the same. They just wouldn't. No one would be adding an R value into things.
Well, that's what the problem that guy Steve was having the other day. That guy Steve is in the chat all the time. So when he finally came on the show, I was glad. But it don't work on his globe, and that's where he has a problem.
Well, that's why listening to that the other day nearly drove me mad, because what they want to do is say it's not the Earth with everything. They're even saying it to me when it comes to GPS, right? Some weeks ago. And why do they want to say this? They want to get away from the Earth, right? But that's why the dip correction is so important when celestial navigation. I don't talk to them about artificial horizons or about bubble sextants, because they want to talk about them as if they're some kind of a proof of something. Like, because they remove the person, or they feel that they're removing that horizontal line away from the Earth. When it comes to celestial navigation with a marine sextant, and then you must do height of light correction, then that literally ties it. It's like tying it with ropes to the Earth. The Earth is involved. You must reference the Earth. And even the mathematics, I know that they say, like, the mathematics, they don't make any difference. The correction is exactly the same. whether you're bringing the vertex from the eye line down to the water underneath the boat, or you're bringing the line that's at the horizon up to the eye line, the same exact amount of correction is happening. You're still dealing with.
Was that brought up in the video? I don't think anybody brought that up.
No one brought that up during that thing.
I'm doing deliveries and stuff, so I wasn't here.
But that's why I always stressed the dip correction. The height of eye correction ties it to the earth. They can't talk about about a horizontal from an airplane or anything else. They must talk about the earth because you're tying it to the earth. The correction is corrections to a flat plane. And that's what's so brilliant about it. That it can't get away from the earth. It's not just optical then. It's actually geometric. You know what I mean? That's why I instantly loved the dip correction. Because that's it. You're tying it with ropes to the earth. You're referencing the earth at that point. So they can't talk about how it's not the earth or something. All this stuff, Bubba sex, doesn't mean anything. All that matters, for me, I would have never even brought up the Bubba sextant or the artificial horizon or any of these things. I would have learned about them, but I wouldn't have even brought them up. I just would know them for if they wanted to attack with them. But all that matters to me is the marine sextant and the dip correction. After that, I don't need anything else. Now, I don't even need that. I can just go straight to Polaris if I really want it. And they talk about our correct latitude from what they're claiming to be a refracted horizon. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a joke. But the point is that...
He was outright lying, Brian, because he was saying that his definition of an elevation angle is that two imaginary lines. And that was totally contrary to what Nathan was bringing up. Nathan was citing it. This guy was just saying it.
Yeah, but he keeps saying two, it's three. It's a right angle triangle. See, the problem is that... Yeah, but the problem... I mean, you're not seeing them. You can't see them. They are imaginary. But you're using them, if you understand what I mean.
But
You can't see them.
That the observer is standing on. So that locks it in that it's the Earth and it's flat.
I've got like 20 of them. Right, I'm going to have to round this show out, guys, because I'm going for a curry with Craig.
Don't delay the curry. Off you go.
Remarks before I do exactly that?
Are we, Nathan?
I'm going to round out.
Thanks to refracted curvature, he'll be missed.
Yeah, I just had a Skype call while you guys were chit-chatting. Yeah, it will be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Later, refracted.
Be praying for you, John.
Yeah. Hopefully things go well for him.
Well, I've never actually had a Skype conversation with him, but because Apocryphon sent like $200 and said $100 for John and $100 for you, it's facilitated me getting in touch with him, going, I'm going to need your, as it turns out, wife's email so I can send you $100. But it meant he and I have just started chatting over Skype as a direct consequence of that. And it was things like that that I complimented Apocryphon so much when he did it in that way. I was like, that's really sweet. It sort of also strengthens an attachment to the show that John now has, whether he likes it or not, which is good. So yeah, it's just sweet. It's nice. The way that people come in and out of the panel, or the way we generally make acquaintances in the show, Flat Earth Debate, that is, are just nice. It's just a nice community to be a part of. Our community.
Just gives you the opportunity to get your favorite's phone number so you guys could chat.
If you want to look at it that way, Neil, yes.
I'm only hacking on you.
Anyway, I'm going to round out on that very negative note from Neil. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.